Welcome to the realm of the inexplicable. Paranormal M is your gateway to the most spine-chilling, real supernatural stories. Subscribe and enable notifications to keep up with our latest discoveries and encounters with the unknown. Shadow person followed me from Warsaw. I went to Warsaw for work in November of 2019. I met a girl and we kicked some stuff off. After ending up in my rented apartment going to sleep, I woke up around 2:30 a.m. to find her packing her stuff, which was on a chair in the bedroom. She walked to the door and I started asking her, "Where are you going?" Thinking maybe it wouldn't be a nice move to just try and walk out in the middle of the night. I couldn't see much detail since it was dark in the room, just the black silhouette of the girl. She then walked to the door, but stopped and turned toward me and seemed to proceed to just stare. I started calling her name, thinking she's sleepwalking, until I hear her in my right ear. Looking over, she was still next to me in bed, slowly waking up. I looked back at the girl I saw, and she was still there too. I freaked, lunged to the lamp in the bedside table, turned it on, and she was gone. I've been told about sleep paralysis, but the thing was, I could sit up, move, and think clearly. Now flash forward to the start of 2020. I was back home in Almere, a city close to Amsterdam. And ever since I moved into my new place, I hear footsteps around the house. Once, while on a video call with my colleague in my quote-unquote office on the first floor, right across from the staircase, I could hear someone or something bolting up the stairs, straight through my headphones. After half a year, it didn't bother me anymore until 2 weeks ago, when my current girlfriend was here, not the girl from Warsaw, by the way. I had the same experience I had in Warsaw. This time, however, I thought more clearly and I grabbed my phone. I turned on the flash and I aimed it at the figure. When pointing at it, it was gone. I then moved the flash away, and I could see it again. This really boggled my mind. The figure then seemed to bow down, I believe, but proceeded to go downwards until it just disappeared into the floor. Every now and then I find chairs moved. I wake up next to the sound of my office chair rolling, and I still hear the footsteps. The Lost Mine. A small town in the mountains, known for being built on the idea of riches for mining, has had its fair share of different personalities. Some of those souls had moved on and others have gotten lost. This town had many of mining structures and oxidized mountains of minerals all abandoned. But one name sticks out to me. My friends, and a good amount of others in the town too. One mine that we call Sarko. This mine is about a good 20-minute drive past the other abandoned structures and up into the mountains. You get to a main gate that veers off into a dirt road. This takes you to an old tailing pond. A huge field elevated above the ground to hold water, where there's a lot of excess water, mind you. Across the field are multiple abandoned structures that sit lonely, right next to the inlet of the water. Me and my friend have never been out there, but we always heard of it. We ventured out to see it, and also look for paranormal experiences in the process. As we drive in, there's a herd of deer watching our every move as we get ready to sneak our way over. We start walking down the hill, and then that had us just jump over a river, then a steep hill to get into that flat field that was once a tailing pond, like I said earlier. We get to the top and right away notice that the moon is lighting up all of our surroundings. We could see a shadow casted from the mountain behind the buildings. So in other words, a dark side and a bright side. The walk was about 2 football fields away from the start of the field. As we walked over, we watched the floor to watch our step. We walked what felt like 50 yards, and my friend tells me, "Hold up, we're already here." This spooked us out because it felt like we had teleported right to the base in a matter of a few steps. It was as if once we stepped into the shadow, the distance of walking was extremely tampered and felt unreal. We were looking to communicate with spirits, and we would hear taps on the building that would be a response to our questions. After that, we weren't experiencing too much paranormal stuff, so we decided to leave. As we were walking out back to the steep and long slope, I started to hear an extra footstep behind us, almost as if we were being followed out or even escorted. I told my friend and he heard it too. In my mind, I wanted to debunk it. I wanted to see if it was all imagination. So I stopped on a dot, and sure enough, right behind us, one extra footstep as soon as I stopped. We looked at each other in shock, and I took my friend and said, "Let's stay calm and just walk out normally." Once we started climbing down the steep hill, it felt as if the presence of something had just left us. And as we were leaving in the car, the same deer herd watched us drive out, and a little farther down, one deer jumped in front of the car, like the last go away from the spirits, if you will. My creepy dorm room. I had an uneasy feeling after my parents left me in the dorm room this past September. The first few weeks were uneventful, no trouble sleeping. A detail that's important to this story is my room decorations. I brought 2 tiny strings of mini Himalayan salt rocks to hang in my room. One was wrapped around my mirror and the other on my bookshelf. One night I woke up around 4 a.m., rolled over to the side that faced my room. I noticed the Himalayan salt rock lights around my mirror glowing. The light flickered a few times before going out. I got out of bed, flipped on the light, and inspected the battery compartment. Sure enough, they were switched off. It was weird. I decided to take the batteries out and deal with it in the morning. I managed to fall asleep. Fortunately, I had one of the scariest, most vivid dreams. In the dream, I woke up and saw the lights hanging on my bookshelf flickering. I remember getting out of bed and going to turn off the lights, but froze when I heard a voice from behind me. I don't remember exactly what it was said, but it was something like, "Uh-oh, not again." I woke up and I was completely terrified. I raced to turn on the light and refused to go back to sleep for the rest of the night. I kept glancing over at the mirror because I've heard mirrors can act as portals. I covered the mirror with a blanket, which made me feel a little bit uneasy. It gets weirder. At about 5 a.m., I decided to text my boyfriend. Strangely, he texted me back about 15 minutes later. It was weird that he was up at such an hour, especially since he was up late the night before on the phone with me. I FaceTimed him to explain exactly what happened. After my story, I asked him why he was up so early, and he said that he had a scary dream and all he remembers from it is being upset and crying. He told me that he had this uneasy feeling and an urge to check his phone. That's when he saw my text and texted me back. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it was just a dream. I'm home for winter break now, and I'm thankful to get a break from that room and not be afraid to fall asleep. A strange light keeps stalking me. I've always believed in aliens, despite never encountering any myself, until one night in July. These strange occurrences happened about 2 or 3 years ago in the southeast region of New Hampshire. I still can't explain what I saw, and neither can my mother. My mother and I got off work and driving down this back road. We were about 5 to 7 minutes away from our house. I'm driving. We're approaching a hill that leads up a long, narrow road through the woods. I see a bright light hovering about 20 feet above the house, perched on top of the hill. My mother notices it too, I turn off the radio and roll down the windows. No noise. I drive up the hill and notice 2 cars stopped off to the side of the road looking up at the sky. I pass them and take a glimpse through the trees. I see a large square-shaped metal object. There are circular lights shining from the bottom. My mom and I turned around in the first driveway that we could find. 30 seconds, maybe less, we went back and it was gone. I was freaked out but excited to have a UFO story of my own. The excitement gradually wore off the more frequently the sightings became. My friend and I were walking along the beach across from my family's restaurant. We saw a light hovering near the lighthouse. We assumed the light had stopped revolving since it wasn't moving, but suddenly the light jolted forward and began flying around manically. It dove behind the house alongside the beach and disappeared. At this point, I've had another person in my life experience with separate events. I knew it wasn't just a figment of my mom or my imagination. My mom and I saw it about once a week for the next month after that. The lights would be hovering in the distance completely silent and would disappear once we were too close. We chose to ignore it. As long as the light kept its distance, we felt moderately safe. Then came the close encounter. My mom and I got off work around 8 and returned home with a trunk full of groceries. Our condo's at the very end of a cul-de-sac, and at the other end, a tiny hill with a line of tall trees. We were bringing bags into the house, and I notice a light off in the distance. The light starts getting closer and closer until it's above the tree line, which is about 100 feet, give or take from where our car is, and it stops. My mom is super frightened at this point. I tell her I'm done being afraid, and I stand there waiting for the light to approach me. As I begin walking towards it, it zooms off to my left and disappears above the forest tree line. I was shaken. The light had stopped and seemed to be observing my mother and me until we took notice. Since that summer, we've never seen it again. I guess we don't really expect another time, but we just chalked it up to maybe being a drone. We've tried to explain it, maybe a helicopter, but there was no noise. A plane wouldn't stop moving. But a drone maybe, but that still doesn't explain the uneasy silence. We began to think it was trying to abduct us, or maybe it already had, and we just have no memory of it. I think I might have had a visit. So I'd like to share something that happened to me when I was about 9 or 10 years old, and I'm 26 now. So to set the context, I was back in England living with my family in an old Victorian house with my sisters and my mom. Just us girls, and I loved the house. I never felt spooked or whatever in it. But one night, I was in bed ready to sleep, and all of a sudden my bed cover went perfectly neat and flat, like no bumps, creases, nothing whatsoever. And then loads of symbols started to appear fast. I can recall vaguely what they were. It is really hard to explain. When I try to rethink it through, I get all uncomfortable and I kind of feel sick if I concentrate on what I saw. So then it all stopped suddenly, and I felt a weight on my feet as if someone was sitting down on my bed with me. So I was petrified and not moving, like as if I were stuck, not able to even shout. I then found myself surrounded by a bright light, and I had all these people leaning over me. The way I explain it is, you know when you're getting ready, maybe for an operation, and that you're in the operating room and everyone's waiting for you to fall asleep and start the actual operation? They're all there, looking down at you. Exactly like that. Well, this was too much for me, and I leapt from the bed and jumped down the stairs. 4 by 4, ran from the house screaming, "They're gonna get me!" My mom grabbed me before I could get into the road, and I can't really remember what happened after that. I was talking about her with this yesterday, and she actually told me that this went on for 2 or 3 nights before actually stopping. The hole in my room. My house has had portal problems for as long as I can remember. We don't have a haunting per se, since we believe it's a vortex of some sort for spirits and entities to cross through, so they come and go. But most stay a while before leaving, if they ever do. There's a cemetery up the street that I frequent often, and we speculate a possible connection between the two. I decided to compile a select few stories from over the years in case it may be of interest to someone, because it sure as hell interests me. My chest was getting very tight just typing this out. I'm aware I over-explain things, but I think I'd rather provide more information than needed rather than less. Obligatory, I'm on a mobile, so sorry if any formatting issues occur. You know the drill. Background. My siblings, a 27-year-old male and 24-year-old female, and I, an 18-year-old female, were raised in the same house since birth. My brother has since moved out twice, while my sister and I remain at home with our parents. We're all pretty intuitive and sensitive when it comes to energies, particularly my sister and I. Ever since we were young, we individually decided that there's some sort of portal in our basement, which is now referred to exclusively as the hole. The hole resides in an unfinished part of the basement, which was used for storage for the first 22-ish years of my parents owning it. It's an odd indent built into the wall that goes from floor to ceiling floorboards, just wide enough for a person to stand in, behind where the wall would be if it were built right or straight, however you'd like to put it. It's in the far corner of the room, the only one not visible from the door. When it was storage, the room connected at the opposite corner from the hole to our laundry room, like the corners of the room overlapped and formed a high doorway between. Activity. Whenever I was young, for as far back as I can remember, I was petrified to go into the room, whenever my mom asked me to get her something or anything like that, or even just to go to the laundry room without quickly switching on the light in the storage before running from the door as fast as possible, which was still extremely nerve-wracking for me, especially little me. On the occasion that I didn't turn on the light, I could feel something watching me intently from the opposite corner. Twice I saw what I think were glowing eyes in the dark. Around the same time as the aforementioned was occurring, I was having repetitive nightmares for years until I was probably maybe 9 or 10, I believe. It was the exact same spot up to a point. I was being hunted by a man with half of a face through an abandoned hospital. The only difference is that every night he'd inevitably catch me. He would torture me to death in a new way each time, seemingly more sadistically each time than the last. I'd wake up just as I began to feel what I'm pretty sure was my life fading away. It felt so real, so painful. I'd wake up with marks occasionally that corresponded to what had actually happened in the nightmare the night before. Take note that this was when I was 5, possibly younger, roundabout till about 10-ish, and my mother was careful to shelter me from any violent media or concepts when I was young, so these ideas shouldn't have been imaginable for me at the time. When I finally worked up the courage to tell my mom about my nightmares, she prayed over me and blessed me with holy water. Catholic moms, man. And within a week, with her continuing to pray for it to stop, they suddenly disappeared, and I noticed that the entity was making me petrified downstairs was either gone or not showing itself anymore. We came to the conclusion later that whatever it was had attached itself to me and was feeding off of my fear of it through the influence of my dreams. She thinks it was a demon, but I'm not sure of that. Small things happened over the years, but from the time I was about 10 to 13, it was nothing remarkable. Yet when I turned 13, my brother and his girlfriend moved in after she got pregnant in order to be able to provide best for their child. We converted the storage room into a quote-unquote apartment for them. He finished off a small square of the laundry room to be my niece's room for the time, so the two rooms were no longer openly connected. We had barely ever entered the room in years, but it still had a very heavy feeling after so much time. While moving stuff around, activity like things going missing and popping back up, and electronics turning on and off began to start up. Whoever was here at the time, they didn't like being disturbed very much. After my brother and near sister-in-law got settled in, it died back down, partially because they felt the hole was too ominous and covered it with particle board that remains there to this day, but stayed active enough to let us know that something was still there. It would turn on flashlights that had dead batteries in them from the year before, or require a hard push to turn the button on and off. And when you go to grab them, sometimes it would set my niece's electronic toys in the middle of the night, knock on walls and whisper, stuff like that. We just learned to get used to it after a while of being in the room often. This past summer, my brother's family moved into their new place and moved into the apartment to escape my traumatic old room upstairs, which is a whole different issue itself. Of course, as they began packing stuff up, the activity got more noticeable again, as well as when I was moving my stuff in. I've been here since about July, and I think I've experienced more activity in the room in the past 4 to 5 months than all of my life before combined. I began not only hearing them and seeing their influence on electronics more and more, but sometimes seeing figures and seeing them interact with non-electronic objects, like opening and closing the doors in the basement when no one's looking. In the beginning, the first I saw was when I rolled over at night and glanced toward the foot of the bed, toward the hole, where I saw the silhouette of someone shoulders up for a split second. It didn't make me feel scared, but unsettled me for a moment, as anyone would if they saw someone in the room at night. The entities would listen when you talk about them in the house. We can tell. So I talked to my sister about it the next day and said something along the lines of, "It's kind of rude of me not to have a couch in my room yet. He could have just sat in the corner of the bed if he wanted." Well, the next night I came back from the bathroom, opened my door to a dim light of my wax melter, and I swear up and down that I saw a dark figure sitting on the corner of my bed before flipping on the light after a split second. Obviously, there was no figure when the light was turned on, but there was an impression of a butt on my bed sheets, as if someone had just been sitting there. This confirmed that they definitely listen to what we say in the house, at least, but they seem to be more responsive when not being talked to directly. So it's easiest to just talk about it with my sister to influence their behavior. Every once in a while, I'll feel a new presence appear. One of the most noteworthy newcomers was a real dick to start. In the beginning of it, I'd feel a massive feeling of dread. Someone was standing right behind my door to my room, about 6 feet tall. After a few times of just standing, he switched to walking down the stairs, right by my room. But only the bottom 6 stairs, and then proceeded to stand at my door for minutes. This mostly happened at night, and when I told my family about it, my mom took me out of the house to tell me that she'd heard it too, and I'm not crazy. She thought it was me going downstairs, but she waited to hear my door open and close, but she never did, because who she heard wasn't me. I think the worst time that he got me was the last time he tried to mess with me. It was just about noon, and I was watching TV in my room while I was home alone, when I heard the sound of someone walking down the bottom half of the stairs. He stood at my door for a minute without making a sound, before starting to slowly jiggle my door handle. I thought I was going to have a panic attack because the only exit had an unknown entity on the other side of the door. I sat frozen for at least 15 minutes, just watching my handle jiggle, until it stopped when my dad came home. For some reason, the fact that it was in the middle of the day made it feel even more threatening. I got really fed up at this point, and I started ranting loudly to my sister about how he's all talk and isn't going to do shit. How he's just wanting to intimidate me and needs to learn his place in this household. I honestly expected a little bit of backlash, but he only walked down the stairs one more time that night before stopping, and hasn't happened since. Most recently, a couple weeks ago, my mom decided to try to pray away the portal for no reason, because they hadn't caused anyone harm or annoyance in a long time, and I honestly enjoy their company. I've never wanted to banish any entities or their means of transportation if they haven't done anything harmful. Since she made the first prayer, they've been very upset with my mom and more shy around me compared to before. The day or two after she prayed, I was near the top of the stairs making pizza rolls when my mom went downstairs to do laundry, singing on the way. When she was halfway down the stairs, my bedroom door that I'd left open slammed closed. The door swings open rather than closed, and it was done with force. They wanted to make sure that she knows they're upset with her. The next night when she's taking a bath, when the towel hanging behind her head fell into the water, she said in all the years of living here that hasn't happened to her once, but didn't think much of it until she went down to reach for the towel on the floor and saw the hand towel across the room pulled to the floor. To say the least, she wasn't pleased with being bothered during bath time. Since she decided to make this prayer, I've noticed they will not be active while I'm in the room anymore at all. But practically as soon as I step foot outside, there's tons of movements and sounds starting up. I'll come back and my door will be open when I left it closed, or vice versa. And sometimes things will even be moved slightly before I return to the moon. I'm not sure why they're feeling the need to be so much more active when there aren't any direct witnesses at the moment. I don't get the feeling that they're mad at me. They're just upset that someone tried to close their portal that's probably significant to them. I tried my best to coexist with them peacefully and be kind. And it kind of feels like she ruined the bond, which I know sounds insane, but it's a kind of a weird situation that I'm in, and I've also learned to accept. I care for them and their well-being regardless of their physical person or if they're not a physical person. And she offended my guests. Weird frickin' book. So about 10 years ago, in 2011, I moved out of my family's house into my first apartment. This is a small town of Colorado, with its only real claim of fame being a big hole in the ground. I moved in with a buddy of mine who I knew in high school, and all was well for a while. My friend needed to move out of state, leaving me to a cycle of replacements to cover his part of the bills. The last roommate I had almost no contact with, but he managed the money and mostly kept in his room at the back of our house. Eventually, one day I get a knock on the door. Police with a warrant to step inside to his room, cuff him, and leave. I still don't know what it was about, but I haven't heard from him since. The police interaction was the last straw for my landlord, and I received a 3-day court-mandated eviction. While cleaning his room, I removed mostly trash and a toolbox that was mainly screwdrivers and what seemed like a sketchbook or a journal that he might have bound himself. Until recently, when I found it on top of a closet that I was expanding, I'd completely forgotten about it. I have no idea how it made it through the cleaning and the subsequent moves over the last decade. I can think of at least 3 places I lived, not to mention couch hopping, yet somehow this book made it through? I'm not sure where to start researching this thing, but the penwork is so detailed and painstaking. I felt it must be something of note. The book itself is mainly blank, but it has some writing, English, backwards, other stuff that looks hieroglyphic. Whatever help would be appreciated. Black-Eyed Kids and Wendigo. This story happened to me about 12 years ago. I was around 24 at the time and I worked hospitality. so I'd be later at night when my friends and I hung out. So at around 9 o'clock, my friend and I decided to go out for a drive, someplace we'd never been, just get in the car and go. I offered and wanted to drive because my mother was out of town and I was using her Mercedes. It was one of those early 90s E-bodies, the ones that were like big piles of heavy steel, a real tank of a car. I only mention the car body because it becomes relevant later in the story. He happily agreed and we hit the road. We lived near Milwaukee, Wisconsin at the time. Good old Wisconsin where you get a lot of really good stories that I've noticed. Seems to be a pretty paranormal state. Either way, we drive north out of the city and we drive for about an hour when I see an exit that I don't recognize. So I decided to get off there. There was nothing at this exit other than cornfields. No gas station, no restaurant signs, no visible light of a town in any direction. So we're in a place that we don't recognize. But that was the whole point. Just driving to go nowhere because the speed limit was 35 and we were in no rush. The moon was out enough that everything was pretty visible too. About a mile into the cornfields, we could see two kids on the right side of the road. We comment on how weird it is because there's no housing or stores or even lights on the horizon. Plus it was 10:30ish at night. Naturally, there were two larger guys. So we didn't really worry about anything, so I slowed down a bit so we can inquire if maybe their car broke down or maybe if they were okay. As we pulled up, I noticed the kid in the front's clothing. It was a stained cream-colored tweed-type shirt with real tattered sleeves and overalls with only one strap. He appeared to be maybe 12 years old. The second kid was taller, wearing a red flannel-type shirt, the old-time looking khaki pants. However, I could barely notice the taller kid standing further behind the smaller one, because as I pulled up noticing the clothes, I got to see the whole child, we'll call it, fully, and his arms were to his side, slightly raised, almost in that iconic zombie way. But his eyes, I couldn't take my eyes off of his, and I did my best to mutter to my friend. "You seen this too, right?" His eyes were pitch black, blacker than the night, but easy to see as he stood there staring back at us. I didn't know what the heck I was seeing, but I've never been so frightened in my life, and I did have several odd experiences that have left me unable to deny that there's more to this world than what we understand. So we're stopped for a moment, locking eyes with whatever this thing was. It was no child, it was evil. I have zero doubts about that. We quickly agree to go, and fast. We're not going to inquire with them. This was straight out of the Twilight Zone, and I remembered the hitchhiker, and that's not happening tonight, no sir. So we go and we clamor between ourselves. What the fuck did we just see? What the fuck was that? Still no signs of homes, just open cornfields. How these two kids could be there, I don't know, but I believe that they weren't even kids. So I keep driving and we get out of the fields into a windy wooded road, shortly after maybe about 5 minutes. Here in Wisconsin, there are just random historical markers displaying whatever year this happened in with all the information on it. And I can only mention that because I passed one on the curve, so I glanced at that. As I'm driving through a curve going about 45 miles an hour, a creature walks in front of my car, my mom's car. And as I saw it, it was nothing that I've ever seen before. Its spine was tall, it stuck above the hood ornament as I hit it. It was a gray color and looked like nothing I'd ever seen. It had a very tall arch in its spine, almost like when a cat hisses and goes on its toes. That kind of shape, but in a very tall, gangly creature kind of way. I hit this thing straight on the tank of the Benz. My friend is freaking out at this point. I stop immediately, but now we're both a bit scared from the children of the corn, and now this thing is literally within minutes of another. We decide getting out's not going to happen, but I decide to stay in the car locked, but I use the car and its lights to see what we hit and make sure whatever the hell it was, that it was dead. And I just needed to know what it was that I saw. I drive in tiny circles, backing up and forwards looking for this creature, but after checking every inch within 100 yards and not seeing a thing, including not even a drop of blood where I hit it, and I hit it straight on with a bends, making contact with its spine, body, and head anywhere. That was unnerving, and although I wanted to check my mother's car, that would have to be dealt with further down the road. We were not going to get out of there, so we decided to head home at this point. 15 minutes later, before I got back home into the freeway and I needed to get out and see how bad the car was. As I got out to check, and I did this quickly as I was not taking any chances, not tonight, I noticed my grill was busted in, but nothing too bad. So I made sure that it was secure and got back in as quickly as possible. My friend decided to stay inside the car. Recently, I heard of the black-eyed kids. That freaked me out a bit. I didn't know that it was really a real thing. I thought I just saw a couple of demon kids or damned ghosts. I didn't really know what to think. Till this day, I've looked through tons of photos of supposed cryptid beasts and mythological creatures looking for what I hit. And the closest I've found is some Algonquin drawings of Wendigos, and they were very close to what I believe I saw and that I hit that night. It seems to me very odd that both things could happen so close to another and not be related. Possibly it was an evil area, or possibly a ley line, I don't know. I'd like to point out I've lived in Wisconsin a long time, and it was not a deer or a coyote or anything else. What I hit was nothing native to known Wisconsin landscape, and neither were those horrid kids. I'll never forget either of those faces, and I just hope I never come across them ever again. Found a grave with same birthday. Suddenly my car stops working. So my friend and I were driving around, just going wherever. Earlier in the car, she mentioned that it would be fun to watch a movie at the graveyard sometime. Now, hours had passed and the sun had set. She didn't have to be home for a bit, so I asked if we should check out the graveyard nearby. The graveyard was closed, but you could get your car up a little hill and walk around the gate. So we're checking this place out, and it's relatively small. No mausoleums or anything, just graves. I start to read the names on the graves, to maybe pay my respects a bit, and I find this group of graves, all with the same last name, so probably a family. These guys were born in the 1800s, so I was excited. And then I found a guy with the same birthday as me. His death date was in February, but I don't remember the day. Kind of wish I did. So fast forward, we get cold and decide to head back home. We get in the car and my steering wheel is so hard to move. I assumed it because we were maybe just in a grassy and muddy area, and I started to slowly back down the hill. The graveyard was directly off a busy road, speed limit around 45. But it was late and there weren't many cars out, so I assumed that I'd be able to back out and just head on my way. Spoiler, nope. I get down the hill and I'm going to turn around and go forward, but I'm realizing that the gas isn't even working and I'm in the middle of a lane. I push on my brakes, which are really hard to push on, and stop my car. I'm turning the key and there's no sound. I'm starting to freak out now. The road's 2 lanes, so people are passing me, and I have my hazards on, but I don't even know what's going on. P.S. I'm a new driver, and I don't know squat about cars. Eventually, some guy comes around and asks if everything's okay, to which I reply, "No, do you guys know about cars?" They did, and told me my battery was dead. Looking back, if my battery was dead, the car would sputter. But I was panicking, and it sounded plausible. So they helped me get my car out of the lane and off to the side of the road. I called my dad at this point, and he tells me that the key's out, and let everything turn off and start the car again. I do so, and it works like a charm. So I drive home and immediately take my dog and go upstairs. He, my dog, is freaking out for some reason. I hop into bed and he jumps with me, but the hair on his back is sticking up. He then proceeded to get up and lay down a bunch. Tail between his legs, I calmed him down. I've been informed that my car wasn't working because I forgot to turn on the engine. But I've never only turned on a battery before, and I distinctly remember turning the key while on the road. Maybe it's all coincidence, and I'm just kind of hoping that it is, but I'm still kind of spooked. My tormentor from childhood paid me a visit at 3 o'clock in the morning over 10 years later. When I was between 8 and 12 years old, I grew up in a very haunted house. I believe that there were many spirits there, and I got a glimpse of one who I always believed to be demonic. The best way I could describe its appearance was that it looked like a mummy from the movie The Mummy, but it had huge white eyeballs with small pupils. I started experimenting with using crystals. I would wear them around my neck for protection. I wore rose quartz, amethyst, and black onyx. Not at the same time, but separately. I was very careful about where I purchased them too, and I made sure to cleanse them. I never wore them in bed, but the one time I did, I regretted it. I fell asleep wearing my black onyx. Around 3 a.m., I'm jolted awake because I had a bad dream. I look at the side of my bed and I saw the same demon-looking creature standing beside me, hovering over me, smiling with a face that looked pure evil. I started freaking out and screaming, and I woke my boyfriend up. When my boyfriend woke up, it was gone. I got out of bed and shut off the light. A few weeks later, I saw a shadow person pacing back and forth at the foot of my bed. Then I saw and heard a shadow person walking down the stairs after I caught them staring at me. My amethyst crystal completely disappeared without a trace, but I got rid of my black onyx and haven't experienced any activity since. I still have my rose quartz, and I've had no problems with them. I'd like to also mention that when I was younger, when I saw this thing for the first time, I lived in southern Pennsylvania. Now I live in western New York, so I think that thing may have followed me, but I don't know why I'm seeing it again for the first time in over 10 years. Have you ever worked in a haunted nursing home? The unit I'm currently on seems to have the most activity from my own personal experience. I've worked on a lot of the units, but on this one I've seen the most. Almost every single day I see shadow people. I catch glimpses out of the corner of my eye, or I just see a shadowy figure straight on. I work evening and night shift, and strangely, I've experienced more on the evening shift. The unit I work on is also the COVID unit, so that might be partly why it's more active. The COVID wing consists of 2 very long halls that meet together at a door that leads to a kitchen area, where there's also another residential room. Kind of a weird setup, but hey, it works. My coworker was behind a double door one night, taking care of one of the sick residents, and she'd gone out to the kitchen area to take off her PPE. She saw and heard 2 children running around playing, but it was late at night and we weren't allowed to have inside visits. Turns out everybody at work says that they sometimes see 2 children, and that means someone's going to die. And it's true. We have a chapel in the nursing home for the residents, but it's behind 2 sets of double doors, and the residents can't get in there on their own due to codes and locks. There's a series of stairs behind the first set of doors. And everybody has repeatedly seen a bald guy sitting in the chapel late at night through the window of the hall, looking into the chapel. We had a resident who used to be a child molester. One night he woke up to hysterics and crying. absolutely unconsolable. He said there were children surrounding him, standing by his bed and laughing at him. He died the next day. I went into a resident's room late one night during rounds at 3 a.m. I was working on the Dementia and Wander Risk Unit. I'm standing next to the resident's bed, and she asks, "Who's that man standing behind the curtain?" I didn't think much of it because she usually hallucinated, but within an hour or two, residents from different units passed away, and the resident that I was with, their roommate fell out of bed and got hurt really bad. Lights turn off and on by themselves constantly late at night when everyone is in bed. Did we enter another dimension? About a week and a half ago, me, my manager, and another colleague of mine were driving around 1 a.m. to try and find something that we could get some food at a drive-thru maybe. Every 24 McDonald's appeared to be closed, so we ended up driving 30 minutes away to try to find somewhere that was open. Eventually, we gave up and pulled up at a service station around 2 a.m. It was eerily quiet, and we weren't even sure if it was open due to COVID, but we got out to check anyway. We walked into the doors, and it was mostly shut apart from toilets and a small shop with one lonely worker that was sitting behind a till. All the fast food places were shut and lights off. We used the toilet, and my manager recalled that she'd actually been there before. There was another part of the service station across a bridge that could be open, so we went off and searched for that. We found the walkway connecting to the bridge at the 2 flights of stairs. The bridge was covered with windows surrounding the outside, showing a view of the motorway beneath. My manager said that the bridge was giving her the creeps, and I had to agree. It was long and narrow and dimly lit, with nobody else around. We decided to run as fast as we could to the other side, and honestly, I was unsettled. We made our way down the stairs, and at the end, we were met with dead silence. Once again, we were faced and close to restaurants with dim lighting. There wasn't a single other person around, and we were walking aimlessly around a large, unoccupied space. A feeling of unease settled in. It couldn't take much more of the creepiness, so we ran back up the stairs, back across the bridge as fast as we could possibly manage. We caught our breath once we were back to the other side and commented on how strange the area had been. After that, we got snacks from the single open shop and walked back to the car to have a smoke. But the odd, chilling feeling remained with us. We all agreed that we all felt it, and as though a lot of time had passed, despite the whole thing taking about 20 minutes, the car park was empty and the air felt off. Like the pressure had shifted. That's the best way I can describe it. We went home after that and tried to sleep it off, but when we woke up, things weren't the same. Colors look different. Nothing feels normal or right. Things are the same and yet completely different. It's hard to describe. Life just feels more like a dream, and we all have a sense of being there in our day-to-day life, but not being present. We struggle to connect our minds to our physical bodies and be present in the moment. It sounds crazy, but it's been a very real experience for all 3 of us. And we all agree that this started when we left the service station that night. Then the really weird thing happened tonight, and this is the moment I decided to hop on Reddit and try to get some clarity. So far, Google has nothing for me. Anyway, tonight we're dealing with some pretty morbid stuff with a friend of ours that's suffering with her mental health badly. We left her with the police and my manager and my colleague, and I set off driving to our home. We discussed that night at the service station again, noting that all the bad things that were happening with our friend and her mental health started after that. Other unpleasant events had followed as well, and we pondered the significance of our creepy adventure and the bad things that were happening now. I said, "It's like since that night, nothing's ever been the same." And then the weird thing happened again. We both started crying simultaneously. as if someone had turned a tap on for the both of us. Water started leaking out of our eyes at exactly the same time. We were so freaked. I felt a wave of sadness and emotion, but it wasn't enough to make me cry, and my colleague never cries, ever. We're sure now more than ever that something happened that night. We just don't know what. We've joked about ending up in another dimension, and I don't normally believe in anything like that, but this has me questioning it, because I'm honestly convinced that something isn't right, and we've encountered something that's changed all three of us. We just don't know what. Even as I write this, I feel off and a tad tearful. I have no idea why. I've been watched my whole life. 27. I've been thinking about putting this here for a while, but I've been delaying organizing all the events on paper. There's a lot. I keep remembering more and more every time I pass over this with a red pen, so I'm sorry if it's grown into a huge post by the time it sees the light of day, so to speak. Basically, throughout my life there's been a figure or a few following me from house to house, sleepover to sleepover, and even appearing at work and school sometimes. I know what you're thinking. I promise I'm not crazy. It would be impossible for other people to react to these events too if they were all in my head. And though I try to be as investigative and rational as I can whenever something strange happens around me, check the windows, doors, locks, check for intruders, etc., there's still a huge number of instances that I have no answers for, nor does my family. The earliest memories I have of the ghosts was as a child. When my mother remarried, she moved in with him and his 2 children, younger than me, both of whom have experienced things too. It was a small 2-bed, 1-bath. Outside of the room where my step-siblings and I slept was a small corridor, which basically was only big enough so that when you entered it, leaving the kitchen, the bathroom was on your left and the bedroom was on the right. That's it. And that's the spot I first remember seeing a man who would stand just outside the bedroom door every night. He was at least 6 feet tall. He had boots on with filthy pants that wrinkled loosely about his legs. I never saw what he was wearing up top, but I did get the impression that he had great big eyes. I was too afraid to look at him directly. I still don't like to think about that face. We'd have the door cracked a bit for the kitchen light to come in at night, and he'd suddenly appear and block out that light. He'd just stand there, looking at us through the door. We'd call out to our parents, but there was never anything there to show them by the time that they arrived from the master bedroom on the other side of the house. This and the typical shadow people stuff, like leaning into doorways, as well as items disappearing, carried on for the next few years. Whenever my cousins would come over for a sleepover, they would become nervous upon entering the house. And if they just knew something was wrong, they started showing me pictures on their new camera phones. Remember when we called them that? And they were pictures of orbs. I told them it was just dust. They'd sometimes ask me if anyone else was home because they could hear voices coming from the next room. By then, I knew we had something paranormal going on for certain, but I didn't believe them at first, because how could they have experienced something new before me at my own house? Well, soon after, I started hearing my mother call me into the room, and it turned out to be empty. Voices, check. I started to think that I was losing my mind at 7 years old. We were also starting to spot people walking around in rooms if the door was slightly cracked. People as in new figures, not just the man from the doorway. People walking in circles aimlessly or waving their arms around. Why are ghosts always doing the strangest things? I once saw a woman with blonde hair in a red dress with large white polka dots, and they leapt into my parents' bedroom from the living room where I was watching TV. She didn't approach the door. I didn't see her beforehand. She just appeared mid-stride and just sailed into the next room and disappeared. I just saw the tail end of her dress, and I could make out the blonde hair from my peripheral vision. She made no sound. My whole family's Hispanic, with no light-haired people in our circles at the time, and there's no way our parents had anybody over at our house, especially that tiny house, without everyone even knowing. About 2003, I was maybe 9 by then. We were getting ready to move into a bigger house, which was way better suited for the needs of our family. I was looking forward to literally geographically getting away from that house, the ghosts, the dread of nightfall. It seemed like a nice prospect, until my first day alone in the house. My parents were very trusting of us kids and left us at home during breaks during school. We were watching TV, and then my stepbrother and sister and I started hearing a clapping sound. It was coming from one of the back rooms. Scared, we went to look, but there was nobody there. Clapping? Yep. One person clapping loudly, as if to congratulate a performance, but there was nobody back there. And it was my stepsister's room that it was coming from. The door was closed. And no, we did not open it until our parents came home. It should also be noted that my stepdad's brother moved into the small house shortly after we moved into the new house, and no paranormal activity has been reported there since. Happenings still happened regularly at the new house. However, sightings through doorways, full conversations in empty rooms, and electronics turning on and off on their own, typical ghost stuff. And we grew up. We were just kind of learning to shrug it off. It became a thing for any one of us to suddenly declare that they'd just seen something because honestly, it happened that often. Here's a side note. We had a dog while we were at this new house, and the dog's name was Nemo, who shortly passed away under unknown circumstances. He just died out of nowhere. We buried him in the backyard and put a cross there, but removed it shortly after the new dog started peeing on it. Okay, back to the story. The night we first got the second dog, Charlie, I put him in his little kennel, which was situated at the foot of my bed. I latched the door shut and climbed into bed. Shortly after, I heard Charlie's collar jingling, so I assumed that he was awake and started to whimper. Not thinking, I patted on the bed next to me like I used to for Nemo, and shortly after I heard claws rough scratch the carpet. You know, like when a dog kicks off the ground when it jumps, and then the bed slouched where he landed. I felt small paw prints circle around, and a little body flop down on my bed by my feet. It was then that my heart started to flurry as I remembered that I had closed and locked Charlie's kennel. There was not supposed to be a dog on my bed. So I hopped out and turned on the light, and lo and behold, Charlie is still in his kettle, and there's nothing on my bed. I didn't sleep that night, and needless to say, that little guy and I became best friends after. I'd hold on to him on nights that I was really scared. Not that anyone's asking, but as of writing, 3/31/21, he's 16 and still running around. Old for a miniature schnauzer. Probably not related to the ghost stuff, but it's abnormal enough for a dog of his type, so I thought it's worth pointing out. Around this time, circa 2009, something new had started to occur. I called it the glaring, because that's what it felt like. It didn't feel like I was being watched, it felt like I was being stared at heavily. Picture walking into a busy room and everyone stops what they're doing and just glare at you. No talking, no breaking eye contact. Glaring. Now imagine that room is always the darkest and coldest one, despite having the largest windows. It felt thick. The glaring happened in several rooms sporadically, but it almost always presided over the front living room, which is why our family had taken back the den space more warmly. Instead, I've just sort of grown up, and have since moved out, and so far as I know, they still don't use that front room much. It was also at this time that I started feeling the bottoms of my shirt get pulled on as if a child was trying to get my attention. I also remember an instance when the glass sconce over the hallway light was thrown across the hall. I had just walked past it to go to the bathroom, and I was just closing the door. I heard a humongous crash. I opened the door and saw pieces of glass spinning across the floor. My mom asked, "What was that?" And I just told her to come look. That sconce was attached to the wall in such a way that it looked like it had been lifted out of the metal setting, which was screwed into the wall and then pushed out from the wall in order to become loose enough to even come close to maybe falling down. Or else it would just fall back into its metal setting. I know I hadn't closed the door, so it couldn't have been vibrations from a closing door. We still don't have answers. And I've returned to that sconce fixture time and time again, trying to figure out how it came off of its rest. The bulb is still bare to this day. I never replaced it. Ugh. Now, I mentioned before that we had been seeing figures leaning into doorways or rooms peeking at us. But one time particularly jarred me. It was a night when my step-siblings were there and my family and my parents had stepped across the street to pick me up at my neighbor's yard. So I was alone. I was studying on my bed without my glasses on. I'm nearsighted. And I start detecting one of those figures from my peripherals. It gets real quiet around me, like the air got sucked out of the room or something. I look up with my fuzzy vision and I see that familiar shape pull its head back and hide on the other side of my door to the hallway. "Oh, hey there, ghosty," I say, and I return to studying. Then it comes back again, and this time when I look up, it doesn't pull back immediately. It hesitates for a second. And before it quickly vanishes behind the door, I saw its face. No details because like I said, I wasn't wearing my glasses. Except for the most prominent features that I could see. Great big eyes. I freaked the F out and called my parents to come back home because the ghosts, and they came home right away. At the time, I must have been 15. Almost every night this entire time, I'd awaken in the night to look out into the hallway and I'd see that man just standing there in the dark. Other times I could hear footsteps in the dark entering the hallway at the kitchen and heading up to the doorway of my bedroom and then stop and start walking in place. Pat, 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 pat. Shoes tapping the tile floor, just behind the slightly cracked door. I could see the shadow figure out there going up and down with every step, always looking directly in my direction, as if they knew I was watching them too. God, that freaks me out, just remembering it. I remember thinking how illogical it was. Seeing things that weren't there must make me crazy, right? I moved away from there when I was 19 and moved in with my partner, whom I'll later marry. We've been in several apartments and have rented rooms. Every single place we go, there are those figures. There are voices. There are things going missing. My partner and I once found a small child-sized handprint on the sliding glass door of our third-story apartment. We have no kids and no kids visited us, and we definitely cleaned it since we moved in. We also have seen a man sitting on our bed, tying his boots from the corner of our eye on several occasions. When I was 25, I think, I reconnected with my biological father and he told me stories that he remembered from when I was small. It was just him, my partner, and me having breakfast at Denny's or IHOP or something. It had been since I was 3 or 4 years old since I'd seen him. He was telling me about the times that I'd wake up at night and he'd pull out some crackers and cheese for me to eat as a midnight snack without my mom knowing. But I digress. He continued into some weird things that happened when I was little. He said that on several nights, he would come into my room to check on me sleeping and he'd hear me talking as he approached. As he got closer, he said he almost thought he heard a voice say something back to me. That's when he charged into the room and asked who I was talking to. He said that I didn't know, and out loud he just told whatever was there to leave me alone and leave us in peace. I guess it did, until he was out of the picture and the new stepdad took his place. That story sends shivers down my spine, not because I remember it, because I don't. But in the back of my mind, I always knew that there had been something watching me. Ever since the corona lockdowns have been a thing, and now that we're spending more time at home, we're noticing less and less activity going on. While it's been extremely unsettling journeying with these entities, none of us have ever felt at risk of harm. And so I never sought help to rid ourselves of them. It's just surprising now, that's all. It's been so many years. We still hear talking and movement in other rooms. The sounds of fabric like someone's clothes moving around in the room. It can be heard sometimes in midday. It's all just nuts. Received a special Christmas gift. When I was young, I got married to a guy that I'm going to call Jack for the sake of the story. Jack's mom is involved in the story, so I'm going to call her Mary. Jack and I got married young, and divorce ensued a few years later. He had developed some issues that I wasn't equipped to deal with, including constantly threatening suicide if I didn't give in to his demands. The marriage was emotionally taxing and toxic. That being said, we loved each other very much. When I left for the last time, he did as expected and prescribed emotional blackmail. Jack said, as I'm sure he's been saying to others, "I will not live without you." In a weird way, I believed him, but I wasn't sure how it would all really play out. Besides, that wouldn't happen to me. Not really. Fast forward to 10 years post-divorce to this man. I hear he goes downhill. It's heartbreaking. I'm devastated. I try to reach out. For all the issues that there were still tremendous amounts of love. However, I had to move on. 10 years later, I'm remarried. I have kids and a happy little suburban family. On my 7-year wedding anniversary to my then current husband, he divorced me. Yes, this death was a factor. I get the phone call that would change my entire world. Jack had chosen my anniversary to slit his own throat. I could hardly process, and I fell apart. So we had just moved cross-country, and I drove red-eye back to my hometown to see Jack's mom, Mary, on Christmas Day. See his room, his home, his things. Say goodbye to him and maybe try to get some closure. Mary had let very few people in to do what I was doing, so I was very honored and grateful. I got the courage to ask for a memento as I had nothing left to remember him by. I knew that I needed something. She let me stay in his room for a while, talk to him, look around. I wasn't sure what I would really take, but I knew when I saw it that it would speak to me. Jack, among other things, was very OCD, a literal diagnosis, and his clothing was kept impeccable. It appeared that he had done laundry and there was a stack of precision-folded clothing on a chair. I decided I might like a hoodie, preferably one I could remember him wearing. I knew the things on the chair were probably newer items, but I looked through them anyway. Mary talked with me the whole time, looking at each item with me. As I suspected, I found nothing on the chair. Then I looked through his closet and trunk thinking I might find older items. Nothing. Mary and I continued. I was happy to be there and say goodbye, see his things, his life. I told Mary thank you. I told Jack that I loved him for probably the 12,000th time. I was thinking of leaving. I, of course, had been crying and turned one last time to look at his room. I could smell him, I could hear him, and I just needed one last look. I knew I would never be in there again. When I turned around, on the top of the stack on the chair was a hoodie I'd bought for him when we were kids. I'd know it anywhere. He wore it constantly. He loved it. I know for certain, and Mary was with me, that hoodie was not on that chair, and I had not seen any of it in his clothing. I felt a gush of love and warmth, and I knew without a doubt that Jack was there in that room and had gotten a Christmas gift. I had gotten the Christmas gift. I still had a hard time wrapping my mind around it, even all these years later. Attention, truth seekers and lovers of the paranormal. Paranormal M is the ultimate destination for those who crave a dose of the supernatural. Hit subscribe to our channel and hit that like button. So back when I was like 16, possibly 15, a friend and I used to mess around with a Ouija board. We are both practicing Wicca, even though we didn't know what the fuck we were doing at all, and we found things like this kind of fun. So she'd come over one night, and when she'd go into the bathroom, and of course a naive young me was still a little bit suspicious of the authenticity of our session, and the thought of her just moving the planchette. So she decided to play on her own, and when it pulled harder than she'd ever felt and started to spell, she obviously said goodbye and freaked out. Fast forward a while, I had started having sleep paralysis and semi-wake hallucinations of this guy in my room. Now at first, it was kind of how most people describe a shadow person, just kind of a shape with no detail. But after a while, it began to look more and more like a person. I'd done a lot of research into it, and I could never really find out what it was, because it never really did much, but I knew it was there. And I knew it was real. And one night, after a particularly bad fight with my family, I went to sleep crying. Immediately when I fell asleep, I got the paralysis, and I felt something like holding me from behind. I freaked out and woke myself up and cried some more. It was so weird to me. Now, for a long time, I thought I'd make this shit up in my head due to trauma from the abusive family and, That was until Christmas, when I was at my mother's with siblings that now stayed in the room that I'd stayed in, and they began to ask questions about a shadow person or a demon that had been causing him some problems. Now, this brother is not a liar. He also really doesn't believe in paranormal things. So when he came to me claiming that something resides in his room, that throws things at him. Scratches him in his sleep. It even knocked over his fish tank, throws the closet doors off the rails, the little track thingies on a frame, and just causing general chaos. I was quick to think back about my experience with the Shadow Man. Also, to him, it looked like a shadow, not the man that I'd seen. It was very tall and had long fingers, no detail again, though. Also, when I say that it looked like a man, I mean that it's kind of like if you outlined a person and pressed fill in with a paint bucket in Photoshop. Like that shadow of a person, but like 3D. I don't know, this probably isn't the best way to describe it. I don't know what it could be. I don't think it's a demon or vengeful spirit, because it never did anything crazy like that to me. I'm not sure what it could have been. You guys can think I'm lying or whatever, but this is 100% true, and I didn't even believe it for a long time until my brother brought it up to me. Experiences in my childhood home. Poltergeist? My parents divorced when I was 4, and my dad went to go build his own house while I lived with my mom. My dad built his house on a site where the previous home had been burned down 3 years earlier. It was arson, but no one was hurt or killed, and the perpetrator was never caught. Shortly after finishing the house, weird things began to happen. The first story is one that I wasn't told until I was older. One night after the house was finished, but not fully moved into yet, my dad was working late upstairs in the master bedroom. It was probably midnight or so, and he was finishing up when he began to hear voices. He described it as a group of people talking. He couldn't make out any single conversation, just the general, maybe sounds of a group of people talking. He couldn't make out any single word in the conversation, just the general buzz of many voices coming from downstairs. Confused, he left the bedroom and stood on the landing, just listening, the only thing that he had. And he charged downstairs only to find nothing. However, the voices were still talking. He entered the living room and stood there, listening. He said it sounded like the voices were coming from the ceiling, like the group of people were super tall or something like that. He began to get scared, and he shouted at the voices to shut up, which they did. It just fell completely silent. My dad left for the night pretty quickly afterwards. The next thing is something I remember. Sometimes when my sister and I stayed over at my dad's, and by the way, we would spend half a week with our mom and half with our dad, the smoke detector in our room would go off in the middle of the night. It never happened when we were with our mom, only when we were in the bedroom asleep at night at our dad's. The smoke detector in our bedroom was also the only one to go off. No other detectors in the house would do anything. My dad tried replacing the battery and even replacing the whole thing, but it would continue to happen for a few years. I remember waking up in the middle of the night to an alarm blaring and running to my dad's room to tell him that the alarm was going off again. This happened once a month or so for the first few years that we lived in that house. Finally, this is something my entire family witnessed. We had motion detector lights on the stairs leading to the basement. And one night we were in the living room, which had a perfect view of the stairs to the basement. We had a sheet in the doorway at the time because my dad just hadn't put up a door yet. Suddenly, the motion lights on the stairs turned on and the sheets moved up, like someone lifted it to walk under and then let it go. Except there was no one there. I remember being super freaked out, but my dad didn't seem worried, so I wasn't either. Years later, my dad told me that he was actually terrified, but didn't want to scare my sister and I, so he pretended to be fine. The smoke detector was the only incident that kept happening, but after a few years it stopped, and nothing creepy happened in that house ever again. We moved out when I was 14, and I haven't been back since. To our knowledge, no one has died on the land or been buried there, so I'm not sure what this all was. Any feedback would be great. Former neighbor's spirit roaming my old house. So I used to live in a council house before my mom moved in with my stepdad. While living there, it was just me and my mom. I had 3 experiences living in that house. I'm glad to be out of there. Before I get to those stories, my former neighbor died while I was living in the place. The neighborhood didn't know this until his garden started smelling and becoming untidy. He definitely didn't leave the house, as any of us would have, I guess, just noticed. People knocked on his door to no avail. Eventually, the police were called and they broke into his house to find his body there. I can't remember how he died, but yeah, it may be related to what happened to me. I'm a bit suspicious. Now, on to the experiences. So once I had a late night. My mom went to bed, and I went up like 5 to 15 minutes after. Anyway, I turned off my laptop and I headed for the corridors. The doorway I was going to went 2 ways. Left, the kitchen, where beside that doorway was the front door and a staircase, and right, a little room where you sort of top the electricity with a key. I went left, obviously, since I was going to bed, and then the lights turn off, like some paranormal activity shit, and I saw a fucking white figure walking from the sink. I didn't full-on scream, but I did yelp. I blinked, and everything was back to normal. When I think back on it now, I think that my mind was just fucking with me. I'm a superstitious person, but I'm thinking of a rational explanation here. But then, this experience, oh mighty God, this experience. So I was in bed like 2 or 3 a.m. and I get out of bed for a piss. And then before going into the toilet room, it's one of those bathrooms with the toilet only, mind you, I peek into my mom's room and there's a fucking hand looming over my mom's head and what looked, and it just disappeared. Mind you, no one was in that fucking house but us. I, being the dumbass I was, went into the bloody toilet before warning my mom instead of pissing myself. Still not sure if she was evil, but she was definitely angry. I used to work as a guide, and then as backup, and even as a field director for several wilderness therapy programs for troubled kids in Arizona, Utah, and Idaho. They were all good jobs, but where I worked in Utah was in the West Desert south of Dugway. It's possibly the ugliest and creepiest part of Utah. Tons of sketchy stuff happened to us out there. This story happened in 2005. The groups were camped in a really nice area for that part of the desert, called Indian Canyon. The spot was so nice, in fact, that in the late 1800s or early 1900s, some enterprising pioneer family had built themselves a little homestead with a one-room cabin and a small barn and a cedar pole fence around the perimeter of the little farm. All of that, of course, now was just crumbling, rotten ruins. The cabin, it seemed, had burned down well over 50 years ago, and what remained of the barn was poking out of the grass in 2 or 3 foot shards of gray wood scattered all over the nearby vicinity. This week I was also camped in an Indian Canyon, but further down the road. I was manning the Infield Emergency Response Vehicle, or the ERV, better known as quote-unquote backup, a new position that I helped invent when I took a list of things that had gone wrong in the field to the directors and explained that because of the horrible response time and the spotty satellite phone service, the only reason that we weren't shut down, or that people weren't dead, was because we were just lucky. Not because we were prepared or efficient at responding to emergencies. Now, we had radios and someone listening to them 24/7, never more than a few minutes away with a vehicle. That's how it worked in theory, anyway. One of the boys' groups was camped at the mouth of the canyon in the foothills about 2 miles away from me. The other were just a mile beyond them. The girls were close too. I was camped somewhere in the middle of the canyon on the top of a small ridge that had a little jeep track side and a little road branching off the main dirt road running up the canyon, and the girls were just a couple of ridges over, maybe a mile away. Though to drive to them, I'd have to go back out to the main road and take a different jeep trail up to their spot. Maybe a 5-mile trip. I was about 1.5 miles below the staff training group that was being headed by my wife Jessica, divorced now. There were going to be several groups of parents coming out to visit their kids later in the week. So both the boys' groups and the girls' group, all on that side of the mountain, had all elected to stay put for a few days and work on building backpacks and gathering fire sets and a lot of other primitive skills. The training group had been in the field for almost a week, and they were getting ready to split up and go join the student groups for the last several days of their training. This left me with less to do than normal. I didn't have to find new sites for groups or drop anyone off water or food. Everyone was well taken care of and no one was moving for several days. I decided to build a sweat lodge next to the creek up near where the new staff were camped. I found the perfect spot, well out of sight of the group, on a small, smooth sandbar right by the water. I got to work. I harvested some big, long willow saplings that were bendable enough to weave a frame with, and arranged them in a 10-foot circle, digging down 1.5 feet for each one to anchor it in the sand. I bent them into a dome 4 feet high and 10 feet across, and wove the branches together with supporting crossbars until I had a structure that I probably could have stood on without breaking it. I walked down to the truck, which I had hidden in some pine trees a quarter-mile away, and hauled a large bin of tarps and cowhides and plastic sheeting, along with my fire set and some other gear up to my lodge. As I was walking back down the creek, I remember feeling like someone was following me, but when I stopped and looked, I couldn't see or hear anything. It was a beautiful day for July. The morning had started out with some high, wispy cloud cover, but that had long since burned off, and the noon sun was high overhead. It wasn't yet too hot, however. I was high enough in the mountains that the oppressive heat that I knew was slowly baking the kids' groups in the desert below, and it wouldn't reach me for a couple of hours. I set to work placing hides first on the little domed frame. I covered those with some tarps and plastic sheeting and secured it all, so I had a pretty close to an airtight, waterproof shelter as possible with only a small arched opening for a door. I secured an old military poncho over the door so that once hot rocks had been placed inside, it could be sealed shut and the sweat ceremony could take place. I wanted it to be as hot as possible. There wouldn't be any children involved in this one, so we could go as hot as we wanted. I took the extra time around the base of the lodge to bury all the edges of the coverings deep in the sand. This was as sturdy a shelter structure I had ever built, really. It was nice. I spent a good, maybe an hour gathering sage and juniper, and I covered the floor of the lodge with a thick padding of fragrant plants. I did this in part so that it was kind of a soft place to sit for an extended period of time, but mostly I did it because I was intending to invite a new staff down to do a sweat ceremony later, to help some of them prepare to meet actual students for the first time. And frankly, a group of unwashed men and women who hadn't showered in a week in July, all crammed inside a sweltering home, just sweating buckets, is a smell that should not be endured without as much sage and juniper as possible. If it was really bad, which it was likely to be, I would rum some onto my shirt and then pull it up over my nose and breathe through that. Next, I went hunting for lava rock. I found an outcropping of small rounded boulders, perfect for heating on a bonfire and then rolling into the lodge. And I proceeded to gather 3 onto a tarp. It was heavy, almost too heavy for me to sling over my back and carry, but I managed to make it back to the fire pit I had dug with all 3. I left them there and I went to go gather some more. I made this to be a smaller load because it's not like I was in a hurry. I could take more trips. When I got back to the fire pit, one of my rocks was gone. I stared at the small depression in the sand where I had placed it minutes before, and then looked around for signs that someone, possibly one of the staff from the group, had come and taken it. No tracks. I looked around again and spotted it off at the edge of a creek 20 feet away. I had that feeling again like I was being watched, but I couldn't see anyone in the trees. I walked over and retrieved my stone, the heaviest one I had carried, and I put it back with the others. Maybe it had rolled there, though the flat, soft, dry sand? I don't think it could go through that. I gathered a bunch more rocks, and none of them went missing, and then I built a fire. As I worked, that weird feeling of being watched come back, except this time it felt more ominous, like it was mad at me for being there. I stood up, determined to walk out of the woods and find whoever it was. The radio, which I kept on me, strapped to my belt, had been silent all day, but it suddenly crackled to life. Brian and the boys' group doing evening checks, a little early, so that they could do their day hike without having to stop and contact me. After we talked, I felt more normal again. I cooked some rice and beans for dinner, and as they cooled off, I piled my stones, probably 30 of them into a cairn in the center of the fire, and then just piled all the dry wood and brush that I could gather. I took my knife out of my sheath because that feeling was back. Still worse this time. As soon as my fire became almost irresponsibly big, I saw someone moving fast through the trees straight toward me. I tensed, then relaxed. Will, a seasoned staff working the training group with Jessica and Katie, came running down the creek. He stopped when he saw me in my sweat lodge and my 10-foot-tall flames and broke into a huge grin. "I thought it was a wildfire," he said. "Some of the new girls are panicking." "Nope, just an epic sweat lodge," I said. "I was planning on inviting all you down. But when you called in, I considered this to be your check-in. If you guys want to, you're all invited to come sweat. It'll be ready in about half an hour." "Perfect," he said. "They're all just finishing up dinner. I'll go get Katie and Jess, and we'll be down." He turned to walk away. "Hey, Will?" He turned back around. "Did you guys lose track of any of the new guys today? Or did one of the three of you come down this way?" He thought for a moment and said, "No, I don't think so. Why?" "It's nothing," I said. "I just thought somebody might have come down looking for me when I was out gathering some rocks. Some of my stuff was in different places than I remember leaving it all." He looked at me with an odd expression. "Weird," he said finally. "I'll ask everyone, but we've kept pretty busy today, so I don't know when someone would have had the time to come down this far." "It's okay," I said. "Don't stress it. I was just wondering. See you in a few minutes." The other two kids' groups radioed me shortly after Will walked off. It was more like an hour before the staff group finally trudged into my little sandy clearing. Some of them looked excited, and some of them looked confused at my dome of plastic and sand, and at my pile of glowing red boulders on the still blazing fire, and at the stack of blue 5-gallon water jugs that I hauled down from the truck for the experience. "We thought we were going to die in a forest fire," one of the new girls, Carol Sue, said, accusingly. She looked extra smelly. I pulled some essential oils out of my possibles bag. A possibles bag is just a type of leather purse that we make on the trail that we call possibles bags, to disguise the fact that we're in fact grown men who carry around purses. "Put some of this on your wrists and neck. It'll help you keep a good frame of mind in the sweat." "How many of you have done this before?" A handful of them raised their hands. "Inside of the circle of the lodge is a sacred place. We will do 4 sessions, going longer and longer each time. We will dedicate each session to a different part of our lives. Our histories, our families, our struggles, and our choices. Try to only speak from the heart about these things. It'll be a very hot place once we begin pouring water on the rocks, and the heat will make it very difficult to speak anyway. So only speak if it's important." Katie and Will were already rolling the superheated rocks into the lodge using some long willow poles that I'd made. I gave Jess a side hug. The trainees didn't know that we were married, and we'd found it best not to let the kids know or people in the new wilderness know, because it could become a distraction from the experience if they got caught up in our personal lives. So, side hug was all. As far as they knew, we were just co-workers. I took out a dried sage smudge and lit it on the fire and did the ritual smoke cleansing for each of them as they entered the hollowed ground. I made the last-minute decision not to go into the sweat lodge. That last boys group had a student that was a little bit of trouble, and I was worried that I'd end up having to take an emergency radio call about a runner in the middle of someone's heartfelt speaking about their issues with their family or their past. And also, the smell. Also, something just felt off. This was a perfect spot and a perfect time for a sweat lodge ceremony, but it felt not wrong exactly, but off somehow. Instead, I whispered my choice, and that maybe I'd join the next session if Katie, or to Katie, as if she was the last to enter, and I sealed the door behind them, burying the edges of the poncho in the sand, like the rest of the construction. I stood by the fire for a minute or two, and felt hot. So I walked into the water down the narrow stream about 100 yards, and just looked at the stars that were slowly becoming more and more visible in the darkening twilight. I stood there for at least 10 minutes enjoying the changing sky. I heard a twig snap somewhere to my left, and the crickets went silent. There was definitely somebody away up in those trees. I I stared hard, and I couldn't see first anybody, but there was a small dark shadow under a pine 30 or 40 feet away. Too dark for this early in the evening. Was that a girl in the shadow? It looked like a small Native American girl, with 2 long braids and some kind of headband. I called out to her, but she didn't move. She seemed to be glaring at me, and the longer I stood there, the worse I felt, like the warmth from the air around me was being sucked away. So I took a deep breath and did what I always do in the woods when something unknown scares me. I ran at it. Whoever was there took off fast, and I chased them. I lost them quickly enough. I'm not a runner, but I was sure that they had been headed in the direction away from the little creekside sweat lodge. I must have gone about an eighth of a mile, almost to the road where I heard all the staff at the sweat lodge scream behind me. My blood ran cold, and I turned on my heel and sprinted back up the canyon. I almost missed the sweat lodge clearing when I came to it because nothing I saw was making any sense. The fire was out, not even a glow. The sweat lodge was gone. The tarps had been pulled and ripped off. And they and the hides were flung out in a wide circle on the ground, in the bushes, and in the water. The frame was uprooted and folded over on its side to one side of the sandbar, and all the new and experienced staff were sitting stunned in a circle on a padding of sage and juniper around a pile of cold rocks. "What happened?" I yelled as I ran up. After a moment, Katie answered. "We were just sitting here, starting to pour water on the rocks to heat things up, and we started talking a bit about, what it means to know your personal history. The walls of the sweat lodge started shaking, and we thought that you were outside trying to get in. It stopped for a minute and Jess called your name, but you didn't answer. And we had just poured some more water on the rocks when the whole lodge went cold, like really cold, and it sounded like a massive windstorm blew in and ripped the whole thing off of us, frame and all, and threw it into the trees. I didn't know what to do, so I grabbed my bag and got out every flashlight that I had. We started them checking each other for injuries. I lied to them through my teeth and told them that it was a microburst windstorm, and that they happened sometimes in Utah, and that they were the lucky ones, and lucky that no one got hurt, and so on and so forth. And amidst skeptical looks from the 3 who knew me, I got Jessica and Will to start taking the stunned newbies back to the camp. But Katie stayed. Katie, who'd been with me through so many other unexplainable things out there, knew what I was doing. She could tell I wasn't saying something. The fire's out, like it's cold out, and it was 1,000 degrees 20 minutes ago, and the rocks that were glowing hot 20 minutes ago also feel like they've been sitting in a creek. That's what she said. "What are you not saying, Dan?" I took a deep breath. "I just tried to chase down a little Native American girl who can run unnaturally fast in the dark." Katie sat down hard. I looked at her, but she didn't say anything, so I continued. "Today, while I was gathering rocks for the lodge, I felt like someone was watching me the whole time, and I swear I'm not making this up, but I set down that really big rock, the first one that you rolled into the circle, and I walked away for a few minutes, and when I returned, it was over by the creek, like someone came and moved it. But there were no tracks, and I couldn't have rolled it there. Then after you all went into the sweat lodge, I walked down to the creek and I heard something in the trees. It took me a minute to spot her, but she was hiding in a shadow under a tree. I think I had chased her for about 30 seconds when you all screamed and I ran back up here." What Katie said next made me sit down too. "Did she have 2 braids and a headband?" I nodded slowly. "Early this morning, like 3 a.m. early, Jessica woke everybody up and said that it was going to rain and that we needed to build a shelter." "There were no clouds last night," I said. "I know," said Katie, "but she woke us all up and insisted that we needed to build a shelter and wouldn't drop it till we all moved closer together and put up some tarps. I like to see the stars when I wake up, so I moved in close just in case, but I didn't get under the tarp. Neither did Will or Josh. He's one of the new guys. Well, this morning, just before it got light out, I had a really disturbing dream where I felt like I was awake in my sleeping bag, and I was staring up into the trees above me. And there was this little native girl with 2 braids and a blue and gray headband up in the tree over to my face, staring at me. I knew I was dreaming, but I couldn't move or wake up. I was only able to move when Josh on the other side of the shelter yelled and sat up. I thought it was just a horrible dream until I talked to Jess about the quote-unquote rain last night. She admitted to me that she hadn't been really worried about the rain, but that she had been dead asleep when she felt someone reach into her sleeping bag and shove her head to the side. She panicked and laid there and pretended like she was still sleeping, but they knelt over to face her for a few minutes. She said that she was terrified to open her eyes. When she felt them leave, she waited for a few minutes and then woke everyone up. I was wondering why she slept in the middle of nowhere, or rather, in the middle of everybody, opposite of nowhere. Now it makes sense. I was quiet. Katie spoke again. Before breakfast, I asked Josh why he yelled up and sat up. I was grateful that he did, but curious as to why. He told me that he had a horrible nightmare about a little Native American girl, and when he thought that he woke up, he saw her running at him. He yelled and she jumped over his head and took off. That's when he really woke up and sat up. He was surprised that I heard him yell. He thought he was still asleep at that point, and he dreamed the yelling part. I didn't tell Jess or Josh what happened to me, and I didn't tell them about each other. But at breakfast, Will told all of us about his horrible dream about a little girl dying in that cabin when it was burned down. We all freaked out. It's all we've been talking about today. Half the group didn't believe us, and Carol Sue, the loud annoying one, had told everyone that we're trying to haze the new guys. Even Josh, who's the new guy, is in on it too, apparently. And then the sweat lodge thing happened. With what you just told me, I don't think any of us were dreaming. We were quiet for a long time. I think we should move camp down the road tomorrow, I finally said. I'll clean up this mess in the morning. Katie just nodded and stood up. Oh, and Katie, it's probably a good idea for everyone to be under a shelter to sleep tonight. And also, maybe don't light another fire. I'm guessing the one at your group site is out too. She sighed tiredly and walked off into the dark. I just sat there for a while, but then slowly made my way back to the truck. I didn't feel like anyone was watching me anymore, but that didn't stop me from sleeping in the cab with the doors locked for the rest of the week. There's another family living in my house. There was a house in my area that burned down several years ago when I was still a child and living in my old house. There's no reported deaths, but I beg to differ. When I was around 12 years old, and whilst the house was still relatively fresh from the fire, me and a friend decided to go inside and explore it for whatever reason. There was an unblocked window which we climbed through, and although my memory is a bit hazy, I do remember the staircase being black and ashen, the walls and ceiling ripped apart. I also remember walking into a room, which looked like a child's room. There was a framed picture of 2 girls, some family photos and whatnot, and me and my friend left soon after. The house got remodeled and, frankly, I forgot about it. Cue a few years later. Me and my family moved from our old small house into a new 2-story house in our area that we still live in this day. And you guessed it, it's the same house that burned down. Now, things were fine for a few years. I didn't experience anything weird. That, however, changed around 2 years ago when I began seeing and hearing things, mainly in my room and occasionally around the house as well. It started off with voices, especially when I was trying to go to sleep. I have no history of any mental health issues, so this was a new occurrence for me. I'd be lying on my side, trying to go to sleep, and I would hear a woman's voice singing into my ear. She would sing and whisper unintelligible things, sometimes speak to me, but I could never make out anything she was really saying. It was the most surreal thing ever, because it would be as though she was right next to me or above me, but every time I turn around to see who's there, nobody would be. This then escalated to hearing voices of two girls. It would be in my ear as before, and rather around the entire room. They would sing kids' songs and rhymes. I then began hearing constant knocking on my door, and the floor creaking in my room as though someone was walking around. I even called out a few times to see if anyone was there. I'd ask my sister if she was at the door, and she's always saying no. This went on for a while before I actually began to see her. Not the kids, but the woman. I'd see her all the time, and they'd always be for split-second glances, and she would disappear. She would be in the creepiest places and positions, too. A lot of the time I'd see her in the corners of my ceiling in my room at night right above my bed, on all fours and clutching into the ceiling. I saw her like this as I walked past my sister's room as well. I'd see her walking down the stairs, head down, hand on the rail. Sometimes she would stand in my room and just look at me. Again, I would only ever see her for a second at most, but it's so vivid in my memory. Weird thing is, she's never scared me. Sure, the knocking and voices freaked me out at first, but when I began actually seeing her, there was no fear at all. It was quite calming, actually. I'd try to talk to her sometimes. She'd obviously never respond. Nowadays, I haven't seen her much. The kids' chants have gone, but I still occasionally hear her whispering or humming into my ear right when I'm about to sleep. I move rooms as well, so maybe that's why. Sometimes I do end up sleeping in my old room, and those are the nights where I hear her the most. My cat, however, still stares at the door and the ceiling, and at an empty spot in my room. Sometimes she hisses. Sometimes she just meows. I've told my mom my experience and my sister. Both haven't seen or heard her specifically, but they both believe me and think that something's wrong with the house. New house is haunted. A couple of months ago, I moved into an old house, built in 1902, and I felt something was there. I just didn't know how to activate whatever it was that I felt it would be. At first, it was small things, windows not being open or shut like how I left them, doors opening on their own, footsteps down the hallway when it was just my cats and I at home. Like I said, small stuff, but things have grown more active in the past week. I've been poked and had someone say my name as if trying to get my attention. I went into my room right after I got real cold real fast. This was the first contact that he attempted to make. The days following this, I felt kind of an uneasy feeling, as if I was unwelcome, and I was being glared at. This feeling wasn't constant, but I could feel where it was coming from, which let me know where he was. Footsteps became louder, banging could be heard throughout the day in various rooms. Although never my room, my cats seemed to love my room and often claw the door until I let them in. Once they get into my room, they refuse to leave, hissing at the hallway as I get them out of my room. I believe there was just one spirit in my home, but last night left no doubt that there are two at least. I was laying down for bed watching TV at a very low volume, and all of a sudden, clear as day, right in my ear, "Hey." I froze from the shock of a female voice loudly whispering in my ear. I keep watching my show, ignoring it, and then again, "Hey." More drawn out than the first time. I keep my eyes forward, but I see someone standing at the foot of my bed out of the corner of my eye. She disappeared after a few minutes. She didn't feel malicious, but her energy definitely felt authoritative. A minute later, my cats started zooming as they do, but I heard human footsteps following theirs, and I was the only one awake. I know it's nothing too crazy, but it was the point where I started to believe in ghosts, and now I look back differently at weird experiences I had before that. About 1.5 years ago, home alone and no pets at the time. Nice setup for a ghost, you know. And no, it wasn't 3 a.m., it was around 8 p.m. if I remember correctly. I was sitting in my room, watching a movie with the door to my room closed, as always. Suddenly I hear the sound of a door handle being violently pushed down, and then I can already see the door slamming open into the wall. After a second of shock, I thought my mom or sister were home or something like that, so I call out for them. But I don't hear anything, so I look for them. But after a few minutes, I realize that they aren't even home yet, and the door is still locked. So I looked out of the window to see if they were maybe playing a prank on me. But no car in sight. I checked everything that somehow could have caused the door handle to be pushed down and slammed open. But nothing is lying on the ground next to the bookshelf, nor are there any windows open. So it couldn't be explained how the fuck the door was slammed open after that. I am and always have been a huge skeptic. But that's the one experience I was never able to explain. If some of you have any ideas of how this could have happened, I would be thankful, since believing in ghosts didn't exactly make my fears disappear. Depression and the paranormal. Until the opossum incident in 2018, I had never experienced anything paranormal in my life, much to my dismay. I wanted entities to present themselves to me. I called for them to. I was a weird kid. As I recall, I only ever asked, though. I never taunted or tried to offend them. I have some memories before the age of 6, but 6 is really the age that I remember becoming aware. Self-aware. Aware of the fact that other people process things differently, rather. Basically, I had my first existential crisis. I was overweight even at 6 and relentlessly bullied. Mom and Dad had straight hair and I have extremely curly hair. Now, I love it because I know how to maintain it, after having YouTube tutorials and the entire internet at my disposal. But as a kid with parents who had no idea about curly hair, I walked around with a rat's nest until my mom's just wound up French braiding it. The bullies told me to brush it, so I did for hours, which is why my hair was such a poofy, fizzy mess all the time. But I digress. I was bullied relentlessly for my hair and my weight. My parents were divorcing. I'm not sure if I knew what suicide was at the time, but I do remember thinking that if I was dead, I wouldn't have to deal with any of this. I believe I was so depressed at 6 years old, 2001. Not just sad. It got worse in 2007, and worse again in 2015. Looking back, I legitimately don't know how I'm alive. For 19 years, suicide was my first thought waking up every morning. April of 2018, my mom died. I was the one who found her. She was my best friend, so it was rough. Tragedy followed. Dude, I was seeing ghosted me, but in comparison to the other things, it seemed so trivial. My best friend overdosed to death, and my Pomchi dog was attacked and died in my arms, and in November 2019, I lost my job because I was essentially coming to work, getting very little actual work done, spending the day trying to hide my constant crying and panic attacks at my cubicle. In any case, I was at rock bottom, just numbly existing. didn't even have the desire to actively end my life anymore. Was just waiting to, I guess, for malnutrition or negligence just to kill me. And then it all went away. 19 years of intense chronic suicidal depression gone. I wish I could bottle it and sell it and end all the sadness in the world. I'm now one of the happiest people that I know. I literally love life and wake up smiling every morning. To me, there's literally no explanation, other than this crazy one that finally ties back into the paranormal. What if I had some sort of entity affecting me from a young age? I got to thinking of this because a comment in the sub encouraging a poster to ward off the evil entities that felt as if these entities can cause lifelong depression. That to us is purely that, depression. No paranormal overtones or vibes from it. When I Google ghosts causing depression, I'm encouraged to evaluate for my own mental health. But I've read a few interesting things on this sub that sort of bared no Google results when I tried to dig deeper. I don't know if that's because commenters pull things out of their ass, or if they're just such niche topics. No one else is talking about them. My Mom, the Opossum. My mom was my best friend, and I, her caretaker, as she became wheelchair-bound from a rare neurological condition when I was 14, which was 2008. I was probably about 17 when this happened, so summer of 2012. I was up late with her talking and watching TV. This is Texas, so despite being 2 a.m., it was still 90 degrees, and I decided to walk up to the gas station to get us some Cokes. I always enjoyed quiet, hot late-night walks to the gas station. It was peaceful, and I never felt scared because I'd make the trip hundreds of times. I'd pass an empty parking lot from about 50 feet, and with the street illuminated by only nearby porch lights and the street lights. I clearly see a tiny pair of glowing greenish-yellow eyes staring at me. A couple seconds later, several more pairs of glowing eyes turned to me, all just a few inches from the first pair. I never stop walking, but I maintain focus with the eyes until I'm out of range for fear of whatever it is that could maybe charge at me. In my head, I was picturing a fat black cat, but it would have had to have been massive. A big, massive cat. On my way back to the gas station, it was gone. Back home, I recounted the eyes to my mom over Cokes and snacks, and she was shocked to hear that I'd never seen a wild opossum before, given how incredibly common that they are in this area. She said that they're all over the place in town, but they stay hidden very well when they're nocturnal. She said that they have 24 babies at a time, and that I saw a mama and her babies were out on the prowl. And they were, of course, more scared of me than I was of them. I love animals, and opossums are cute, so it absolutely made my day that I had seen this little family of opossums. I started looking up at them on my phone, and my mom and I talked about them, and I read about them for several hours because that's just the kind of stuff that we did together. In 2014, I moved across town into a house alone, but I'd still go see my mom every other day after work. April 4th, 2018. I found her peacefully passed in bed. Stage 4 kidney disease made its claim to my mom's life. The doctor that came to pronounce her explained to me that when an organ fails, it causes the heart to stop working, and assured me that any pain was not long-lasting, and it was a very quick way to go. 10 years of suffering due to the neurological condition, plus the kidney disease, was more than I expected to get with my mom. She was ready to go long before that. I think she fought to stay with me, but just couldn't suffer anymore. I had not seen an opossum since that night in 2012, 3 days since my mom had passed. I was still in the shock stage. I was destroyed inside, and I hadn't eaten or spoken to anyone. I just cried and slept and stressed out about taking in my mom's dogs, which I was completely unprepared for. But I didn't trust anyone else to love and care for them. It was late, about 2 a.m., and hot. I had the dogs outside to go potty for a while and decided that it was time to bring them in. After I got them in, I got the urge to turn back around and open the back door again and look outside. So I did. The back wooden fence is only about 8 feet away from my perch at the back door. To my right, about 10 feet away, there's a tree that grows at the corner of the fence, and the branches hang down and cover the corner. From the branches, I notice a slight rustling, following the glare of glowing green eyes. Out ambles a fat possum. It treks clumsily over the wooden fence, occasionally looking up and glancing at me. I'm frozen in disbelief. It reaches the point of the fence and directly across from me stops and stares directly at me. I say hi, and it turns back the way that it came and slowly makes its way and disappears back into the tree branch at the corner of the fence. Those are the only 2 times in my life I've ever seen a possum. I think my mom had a short chance to say goodbye and bring me some comfort as an opossum. My mom and I also loved birds. They were our favorite animal. We were going to move down south and be bird watchers when I retired. We knew that she wouldn't live that long, but it was a fantasy that we always dreamed of. My neighborhood is full of stray cats, so unfortunately, we don't get a lot of birds. A couple weeks later, my bereavement leave from work ended. The very first day I went back to work, I stepped out of the front door and walked up to the car to be distracted by the very distinct voices of 2 birds. I looked directly up, and on the power line above me is a blue jay and a cardinal sitting together. I had never seen a cardinal before, and a blue jay was just a rare treat to get to see at all. But I hadn't seen so much as a gackling or a sparrow in the neighborhood because of the cats. Maybe it's just the grief, but I feel as if my mom had something to do with the birds too, and it only adds to my belief that she intercepted the opossum to say goodbye to me. Deceased family member giving me a heads up. I'll start by saying that my mom, grandmother, and I are pretty familiar with the paranormal, and that we had our fair share of strange experiences to this day. I've always been someone interested in the paranormal, even though it scares me a bit. I've had many experiences since I was around 6 or 7 years old, but I'll start by sharing with you guys something that happened to me 3 days ago. Sorry in advance, it'll be a long post, so here it goes. It was last Sunday. I came home from my boyfriend's place at around 20 hours. I went to my room to sit back and relax, and I decided to light a candle for a little bit of ambience. All of a sudden, the candle flame became very tall and agitated, so much so that I checked if I had left my window open. It wasn't. My door was closed as well, so no possibility of a draft affecting the candle. By saying that the flame was tall, I mean a good 15 to 20 centimeters long, very unusual for a rather small candle whose mesh had been trimmed before. The flame flickered and stayed that long for minutes, never returning to its usual length and strength. I then decided to ask questions to see if the candle flame would react, since it had been said to me that when a candle flame does this for a long time, a spirit or presence is near. I started to ask if anyone was there. The flame flickered a lot. I waited to see if it was a coincidence, but it didn't seem like it. I then had an idea. I have 3 pendulums that I use for divination, so I took one of the 3, went back to the candle, and asked again if anybody was there. The pendulum started moving clockwise, which means yes. I waited for the pendulum to become steady again and proceeded to ask if it was somebody that I knew. There again, the pendulum started moving clockwise, so yes again. I waited for it to stop moving, and I asked if it was someone of my family, and the answer I got was yes. I then asked if it was there to watch over my family, and it said yes. Finally, I asked if it wanted to continue communicating me, and the pendulum started moving counterclockwise, meaning no. I then thanked it and I said goodbye. As soon as I said goodbye, the candle flame returned to normal, so burning steadily with a length of 2 to 3 centimeters. For a good part of the night, I heard the floorboards just outside my room creaking as if somebody was there. Both my parents and my brother were already asleep, and my dog was in my parents' room. The next day, when I told my parents what happened, my dad was surprised and told me that her dog was pretty agitated for that part of the night, which wasn't unusual for her. He said she seemed a bit scared of something. Lady in White, protecting us. For the past 4 days now, starting on April 10th, whenever I'm sitting on my couch in the living room, out of the corner of my eye, I see a lady dressed in all white in a robe. I usually dismissed it as a trick of my eye or a curtain flowing, but each time the family dog, who never barks at anything, rushes the door and goes insane. Every time I notice and turn my head to look, she's gone, except for one time when I saw her and looked into her eyes. Her face was kind, and her eyes, these are air quotes, you can't see them, but I'm air quoting, not only eyes and not really a face either, so not really so much a female, but I'm just going to say feminine, because something just feels like that, and they were soft, but dangerous, like this thing is powerful and yet gentle. I've grown up in a fairly religious Christian household, and I've always been really sensitive to spirits and their general intentions. Ask me why I hate going to most churches. Her intentions feel protective, and I've only ever caught a glance, really, as she paces our front porch in front of our door. So I'm not so much scared of her, but more scared of her presence and its meaning. I've tried to think of anything out of the ordinary, such as a new item in the house, or a deviation from normal schedules, or something like that. Anything, really. But nothing. The only thing I can possibly think of is Friday, April 9th, into Saturday, April 10th, and there was a severe storm that blew down a really, really old tree in our neighborhood, across the street from us, in the front yard. I am no longer a skeptic about paranormal existence. Before this, I was skeptical about paranormal stuff, and I didn't give it much credit. But I kept an open mind. I have no dealings with witchcraft or rituals or anything to do with a Ouija board. My girlfriend has been supportive and has experienced many of the same things that I have, and some of her own. March of 2020, I bought my first home and everything was fine until a few months in. At first, I was confined, or rather it was confined to electronics powering off, so I wasn't really clued into something paranormal at first. I'll spare you my list, but there were things moving around the house, doors found opened, scratching heard in the walls, glass bottles on the fridge jingling, and the area fan in my bedroom was found turned on multiple times. The 3 instances that really made me feel uneasy are the ones that I can't pin on my pets. Midwinter, I was at my gaming desk and all of a sudden, I got an intense campfire smoke smell. I immediately ran down to the furnace room hoping that nothing was on fire, but could not smell smoke anywhere else in the house, and it was gone when I returned to my room. I live in town and the 2 adjacent neighbors don't have a wood-burning furnace. Just last week, I went to the kitchen to grab a soda, and at the bottom of the stairs, I smelt an intense lavender perfume. I asked my girlfriend if she had been ambitious with her mojo before leaving, and she had not applied any perfume that night. The smell lingered in a singular spot for a bit, and I haven't smelled that perfume or the campfire smoke since. The last is what happened last night. I work night shift, and I come home to let the dogs out on my lunch break. After letting the dogs out, I'm eating in my office chair, and I hear a muffled thud from downstairs. I immediately checked where the cats are, and they're right beside me begging for handouts. I dismiss it and I finish my lunch. When I walked back into the kitchen, I found the little carpeted man that sits in front of the oven square in the middle of the kitchen. This I cannot explain away or pin on the pets, as they weren't in the kitchen at all, and the rug was not there when I walked in and made lunch. My dad's best friend. Long read. I'm from New York City, and a week ago, my father's best friend of 15 years plus was murdered in a hit and run, and it made the news on the Daily News website. I've seen and experienced the paranormal in my whole life, but nothing quite like this. My dad's friend Jackie died tragically. He was run down by an impatient driver. The driver parked their car and left, leaving Jackie pinned under the car. He was dragged for 50 feet. It seemed like he was going to survive, but he passed away at Bellevue Hospital. My father told me the news on Monday. I only met Jackie when I was a kid, like 13, and I'm 23 now. I had no connection to him, and I only knew him as my dad's best friend and coworker. I was distraught at first because my dad was in pain and I'd never seen him that way before. That same evening, around 10 p.m., I start to feel agitated and angry and in denial. I knew I was feeling pretty neutral, but for some reason I was angry and confused. I tried to brush it off and I went to go lie down in bed to relax. I'm wide awake. I suddenly became very cold, but the heat was on in my home, so I had no reason to be freezing. I then began to go numb and I felt something enter my body. I hear his last 2 loud heartbeats, and then something left my body. I got up fast and I heard someone whisper and ask, "Why?" in my left ear. I never experienced this before, and after that day, he hung around near me and in my home for at least 2 days, and I felt his emotions in all the stages of grief. Anyway, I just wanted to share this experience. I never really told anybody except for my mother, and she has a gift where she can see, hear, and talk to spirits better than I can. So she was able to validate my experience for me, and had her own experience with Jackie as well. It's been a week since he passed, and his funeral is later today. I hope he gets justice, and they find the person who hurt him. My grandma cursed my family. Another long read. When I was 11, our old home was haunted. We would see shadows, or things would move and go missing. We would get touched aggressively, and we would hear people have conversations at night. But we lived in an isolated industrial area, and we barely had neighbors. At 12 years old, my parents had taken me to a medium, and she confirmed our experiences and even let us know that something dark was attached to us. At the time, I was angry for no reason, and I hated everything and everyone. I was also suicidal, even though I knew I loved life and my family. When I was outside the home, I actually felt normal and happy. I was getting attacked emotionally and physically. Something would try to pull my covers, so I can fall off the bed and I would wake up with unaccounted for bruises. I was beaten, I couldn't sleep anymore. If I did, it was only for a few hours. The medium had confirmed that this was a demonic entity, and that it was sent to us purposely. My family was suffering because we didn't know how to fight something that we couldn't see. As the energy in our home got worse, my parents thought that it was best that we move. We moved into a new home, and it felt like a good place to live with good energy. A couple of months into our move, my dad decided to get his parents a visa to visit the U.S., even though he knew his parents didn't like us or my parents' marriage. He did his best to give them everything that they didn't have. Also, my dad was in denial about his mother's feelings and behavior. They stayed in our home for 6 months. When my grandma would make lunch, she didn't like it when we ate her food. They took over my parents' room and told my mom to sleep on the futon. Of course, my mother swallowing her pride, she accommodated. My grandma didn't like it when we would go into the room, our parents' room, because we were, quote-unquote, intruding. They finally left, and everything started to pick up again. Again, we would see shadows, but this time they would come out of the mirror. The furniture would creak as if someone applied pressure to it, and you felt as if you weren't alone even though you were. My mom had stated this is happening because of my grandma, but of course my dad didn't believe it. My mom and sister began to talk, curse, and scream while they were sleeping. I started the sleep paralysis again, and I would get scratched in threes, and I had bruises again. I couldn't sleep or experience my new home in peace. My grandparents had visited again 2 more times. The last time they waited till my dad was at work and they packed their things and left. Their excuse for that was my mom. My mom did her best even though they would belittle her in their own home. My dad was heartbroken because he was doing his best to provide and they disowned him. In 2019, my mom had traveled back to Mexico to say her goodbye to a dying cousin. People in the village let my mother know that my grandma was a bruja, a witch, and she was known for doing brujeria, dark magic, and excuse my pronunciation. And she would let people know that my mother wasn't the woman for her son. While my mom was gone, I was being attacked. Things were being thrown aggressively and photos of my mother fell off the shelf. Whatever was in our home was waiting till my mom was far away to hurt me and my little brother. When my mom came home, she let my dad know and he was devastated. He felt guilty because they were using him and because she was mean to us. We consulted another medium and she came to our home and confirmed that something was sent to our home to hurt us. We found out that my grandma had stolen some of our knickknacks. She had left her personal things in our house and hid them in the closet, and she also left dark magic work in our backyard behind the shed and in the dirt. It turns out that she had been cursing us for years, but we just didn't seem to get rid of the work that she's done. I went to visit my grandma, and she hugged me and cried crocodile tears because she missed me so much. I've been experiencing this since I was a kid, and I'm 22 now. I know it's a demonic entity because I've seen it in its form, and I've seen others too. They still haunt me and attack me to this day. They like to follow me from my home to my boyfriend's house. When I sleep, they're in my dreams, and they like to hold me down when I'm in sleep paralysis mode. I do my absolute best to protect myself spiritually, and I feel less scared and stronger now. Whatever my grandma did is strong, but I was told that when one demon knows you, they all know you. I hate that this is my life, and I don't seem to know anything else beside it, and I don't have anywhere to confide in. Prepare to be immersed in the realm of the unexplained. Paranormal M is where the ordinary ends and the extraordinary begins. Join us on this thrilling journey by subscribing and enabling notifications to ensure you never miss a spine-tingling moment. My uncle visited me the day of his death. I'll start by saying that my uncle, my mother's brother, had been quite ill for some time and was living in Guadalajara, Mexico. My family lives in Southern California, and I haven't seen him in 20 years since we couldn't afford to take the whole family to Mexico for regular visits, but we would speak here and there throughout the years. On Easter Sunday, my husband and I were putting up a new gate, and he and my son had made it the day before. I turned around to grab a tool and saw a tall, dark man with messy, curly hair walking toward me from the backyard. He came around me and then disappeared. Full disclosure, I see figures quite a bit, so this didn't really scare me. Yet, when my husband came back, I told him about the man and described him. He didn't recognize him, but we joked that it may have just been a nosy spirit wanting to see the quote-unquote construction happening at the house. Later that day, I took my kids to my brother's house where my mom is currently staying. She received a call from my aunt, her sister, but my mom didn't want to answer right away. She wanted to play with the grandkids and said that she would call her later. After I got home, my brother called and said that my aunt had called to try to tell us that her uncle Rito died earlier that day. My mother was devastated, and after speaking with her and consoling her, I remembered my encounter with the dark figure. I searched through some old pictures. As I said, I had only a 20-year memory of my uncle, and I realized that that's who visited me. Except for one thing. My uncle was short, maybe 5'8", and this person was about 6 feet tall. But they both had curly, disheveled hair, had a bit of a potbelly, but still thin in the shoulders and legs. I haven't told my mother because I don't want to make her feel bad, but I think it may comfort her to know that my brother came by to say a final hello and a goodbye. Something used to harass me and my brothers in our beds. When I was growing up, whenever my brothers or I were too sick for school, we'd be expected to stay in bed and rest. No TV, no video games. And this was long before smartphones were a thing. My mother was a nurse and she would stay home and care for us. She would come into my room periodically and ask if I needed anything, and monitor my temperature. If I'd been sleeping, I would sometimes wake up to the sound of her opening the door. I would then hear her footsteps on the carpet as she crossed the room, and I would feel her sit down at the edge of the bed. After a moment, I would feel her place her warm hand on my forehead to check whether I might have fever. I would then either open my eyes and have a small chat, or sometimes just fall back to sleep without saying anything. The routine had been the same my whole life. One day when I was 13 or 14, I was homesick. I had been napping on and off throughout the day, and it was now mid-afternoon. My mom had come in to check on me 4 or 5 times. I was lying on my side with my eyes closed and I heard the door open. I heard footsteps walking across the room. I felt my mom sit on the edge of the bed, the soft mattress dipping dramatically beneath her, and the blankets pulling tight across my shoulder. I wanted to feel her hand on my forehead, but it never happened. I opened my eyes and turned out to look at her, and only to see that there was no one there. I was confused. I shrugged it off and I went back to sleep. Fast forward a few weeks, and it was the middle of the night on a school night. I was roused from my sleep by the sound of my door opening. I heard footsteps walk across the room. I felt Mom sit on the edge of my bed, the mattress dip, and the blankets pull tight. I wasn't sick at the time, and even if I had been, I don't recall Mom ever coming in to check in the middle of the night. I figured something must have been wrong, so I asked, "What's wrong?" No answer. I reached over and turned on my lamp. No one was there. I was confused again. So I shrugged it off, and I went back to sleep. Fast forward a few more weeks, and it was the morning and I was getting ready to leave for school. I used to ride my bike to school, but on that day, Mom insisted on driving me. It was just me and her in the car. As we neared the school, she pulled over to the side of the road and asked me if I'd noticed anything weird lately. I asked what she meant, and she kept it kind of vague and just anything weird. I told her about the couple of things that I could have sworn that my mom was coming into my room and sitting on my bed incidents. Not really sure if it was the sort of thing that she had in mind. She then told me that one of her brothers had been experiencing the same thing. After that, things got a bit more distressing. I would sometimes hear what sounded like footsteps walking on the roof in the middle of the night. And I would get that sense that something dark would loom over me at night. It would feel like all four corners of my mattress were being sat on at once. Or sometimes it would feel like something was lying beneath my bed and pushing up on the mattress from below. Going to bed became a source of great fear and anxiety. I'm sure some, if not most, of these experiences could have been in my mind, fueled by fear and adrenaline playing tricks on me. Sometimes I would hide under the covers, and sometimes I would hurl myself out of bed and flick out the light switch as I ran out of the room. These experiences persisted for months, and at the time my younger brother was reporting his own terrifying nighttime experiences. I'm sure that we were contributing to each other's fears, and the level of hysteria in the house was quite high at that time. The final part of this story happened one night when I was home and my older brother was hundreds of kilometers away at a school camp. I was woken from my sleep when I felt something in my hair. I first thought that it was a large spider or a cockroach crawling in my hair. I reached up with my hands and tried to catch it or brush it away, and the sensation came back. Something crawling through my hair deep down near the roots close to my scalp. I sat up in bed and with both hands ruffled through my hair until I was convinced that I had evicted all the unwanted creepy crawlies. I sat still for a moment and didn't notice any more movement, so I lay back down and tried to get back to sleep. Suddenly it felt like a hand grabbed my hair and gave it 2 or 3 violent tugs, then let it go. That terrified me. I pulled the blankets up over my head and kept them there for the rest of the night. In the morning, my older brother phoned us from his school camp. He was talking to Mom when he mentioned that he'd had a bad night's sleep and had resorted to wearing his beanie because it felt like something had been pulling his hair. I hadn't mentioned my hair pulling experience to anyone at that point. After that, my mom sought advice about what to do. Had someone come and cleanse the house, and would be regularly performing cleansing rituals herself, including smudging and reciting verses and leaving Bibles out around the house. Things improved soon after that, and the nighttime encounters practically stopped. A woman's voice tried to lure my brother and I toward it. This happened around 20 or 25 years ago. I don't remember the exact year. I must have been around 10 or 13 years old, and my older brother is 2 years older than me. When I was a kid, every year for Easter school holidays, my family would go out camping on some land that my grandparents owned. The best thing about it was having somewhere to legally ride our motorbikes. My older brother and I would often jump on our bikes and head off riding around the property together, racing and making up silly games. One year we were both out riding, but had gone our separate ways, so at this time I was on my own with no one else anywhere in sight. Suddenly I heard a voice say my name. I heard it clearly over the sound of the 2-stroke bike engine, and it didn't sound muffled through my helmet. It sounded more like it was being spoken directly into my ear, or as if I had a headphone or an earbud in my ear. At first I disregarded it. I thought maybe it was some strange interaction of the exhaust sound, the ear cavity of the helmet and the wind blowing across the helmet visor, basically some kind of auditory illusion. But I heard it again and again, the woman's voice calmly saying my name as if to get my attention. It would occur when I was riding in one small area and nowhere else. I'd say the area was a radius of 50 meters to 75 meters, and it was an area that we had to pass through to get to camp from the motorbike trails and back. The voice persisted for days in the same spot, and it increased its vocabulary. It would sometimes say my name, and it would sometimes say, "Come home," and it would sometimes say, "Come to me," with my name in there too. It started to creep me out, and I would feel anxious when approaching the area where it would happen. After a few days, and me not saying anything about it to anyone, I was out riding with my brother, and he signaled me to stop and pulled up right in the middle of the area I'd been hearing the voice. He turned his bike off and removed his helmet, so I did the same. We then had a short conversation where he asked if I'd been hearing anything weird, and if so, what? I told him I'd been hearing a voice. He went pale. I described the voice and he said that it had matched what he was hearing. I asked what the voice was saying to him, and he told me that he would say his name and tell him to come to it. We rode back and forth and told her parents. Dad came out riding in the area with us. He didn't hear anything, and we didn't hear anything while he was there either. We kept hearing the voice over the next few days, always saying the same things. I remember this happening just 1 year, but I brought it up with my brother recently, and he seems to think that it also happened in the same place the following year. Scary man in the picture. 2 years ago, I took my wife, my father and son, then 3 years old, to visit family in rural New England, America. They live on a small farm with buildings that date back to the 1700s, which have been restored and modernized, and a guest house, which has been built about 20 years ago. My cousin is a prolific photographer, and my auntie had decorated most of the rooms for the main house and the guest house with her photos. We didn't notice much about the photos in the guest house when we first arrived, probably because we were all just jet-lagged. The next morning, after a sound night's sleep, we were sitting in the main family room eating breakfast and making plans for the day, when I noticed that my son was keeping his head down and not answering my father whenever he spoke to him, which was unusual because even at that young age they were very close. I looked over to my dad and noticed that he was sitting in front of a photo of a room in a rundown house. The room had a large window with sunlight streaming in, casting shadows across the length of the room toward a dark corner. I got an uneasy feeling from the photo, but didn't think much of it. We finished breakfast and we all got up from the table, and I noticed my son was walking in a wide arc around the end of the table where my father had been sitting. Again, weird behavior, but I just dismissed it as a weird 3-year-old thing. Over the next day or so, I noticed him becoming more and more uneasy any time that we were at the dining room table, and doing whatever we could to avoid looking at the photo. I decided to ask him what was wrong, and he answered me very matter-of-factly. The bad man in the picture is looking at me. He's very cold and he's not nice. I looked back at the picture and got instant chills down my spine. There was no man in the picture, but I got the feeling that there was more to it than an empty room. I decided to ask my cousin about the picture, and she told me that it was taken at an abandoned farm a bit further upstate. It was one of her favorite pictures, but had always given my aunt the creeps, so it was moved to the guest house. Over the next couple of days, whenever I'd ask my son about it, he would say things like, "The bad man is looking at me. He doesn't like me. He wants to hurt me." I didn't think much of it until we were going to bed one night and my son tripped and fell, seemingly for no reason, in the middle of the hall and started crying hysterically. When I asked him if he was okay, he said the bad man hurt me on the leg. I checked his leg, and sure enough, on the side of his leg there was a large bruise that looked like he'd been struck with a blunt object. I didn't want to play into his fears, but I asked him how the bad man could hurt him if he was in the photo downstairs near the table. His answer was enough for me to pack all of our shit and move to my main house, with my aunt, uncle, cousins, and a big burly housekeeper right away. He's not down there. He comes up here when we go to bed. We left soon after, so I never found anything out about the farm where the photo was taken, but I'm sure that there is some kind of evil presence around it. The heavy pillow. I remember being 15 years old. I never really believed in ghosts or anything, and I thought everything was just a wild coincidence. I was a skeptic, to say the least. One night, it was me, my girlfriend at the time, and a friend all in my room at night and early morning. My girlfriend always slept with a pillow between her feet. Don't know why, but that was just her. So this night, my buddy was on the top bunk while my girlfriend was on the lower one with me, and she felt something heavy on her legs right where the pillow was, and for some reason all of us were just kind of freaked out. My buddy comes down and I go to the corner of my bed with my girlfriend. My buddy just goes to the other corner, grabs the pillow that was between her feet, and places it near the edge of the bed, and suddenly says, "If there's anything in this room, sit down on the pillow." Me being me at the time, didn't believe a damn thing and just kept my cool. It was basically saying everybody's acting ridiculous while simultaneously looking at the pillow. Literally a few seconds later, there's a butt print going down on the pillow in front of all three of us. And at that point, my body felt cold. I was too afraid to scream or do anything. My girlfriend was beyond scared, and my friend just began to cry. None of us knew what to do, and we ran out of my room to the outside yard and just spoke about what we saw to make sure that we weren't all going crazy. I'm 31 now, and I'll never forget that day. Although that was my first encounter, I've had plenty directly after. And just speaking about it gives me goosebumps and still scares me, makes me feel uneasy. I felt compelled to just let it out, hoping it'd give me a moment's peace. Two examples of my many weird experiences. As a kid, I would see things that might have been spirit guardians, angels or demons or ghosts, who knows. Random people or creatures seemed to visit me. Some only came at night, but plenty came during the day. I had a huge crush on a classmate of mine, this cute guy named Kevin. He wouldn't say much, but he'd wave at me sometimes and ask me to play with him. One night I dreamt that he was hit by a train and certain organs were missing. I went to school and wanted to tell him about it, but he didn't show up. In fact, I never saw him again. But when I asked him about him, neither my classmates nor my teacher knew who I was talking about. For the next thing, I'd like to add that I was born with some version of synesthesia, which causes me to see colors around every living thing. It allows me to kind of see emotions. Sounds weird, right? Well, it is. But what's weirder to me are the visuals that aren't linked to anything living. A guy I knew once took me to the park near his house. I'd never been there before, and I didn't know this guy very well yet. I told him about this stuff, and he asked me if I saw anything in the park. I pointed out 4 spots in the park. 2 were spots that were violent crimes, and they were taking place there. One was the spot where the emergency helicopter always lands, and the last was a spot on a low bridge. That's where he told me and his sister had fallen from the bridge and drowned. I heard a voice, but nobody was there. So this was about 4 or 5 years ago. Not too sure about the dates, but here's what happened. I went away for my parents' friend's birthday. We went to a place in Italy. I can't remember the location, but we all slept in this old cottage and the owner lived next door. Everything was okay for a day, and then weird things started happening. Like I'd go to sleep, I'd close the bathroom door, and then I'd wake up and it would be slightly open with the light on. It was just small stuff like that. Anyways, let's get to the day where it gets even weirder. So everything was going good this one particular day. Small things were happening in my bedroom, but I thought nothing of it. We went out for the day and came back, ate, then chilled. Fast forward to the night. I did what I did every night. I went to sleep. I closed the bathroom door and turned the light off and then fell asleep. Next thing I know, I wake up and I heard a little girl's voice saying, "Help me." I tried getting back to sleep, but I noticed that the bathroom door was open slightly and the light was on. I left it like that and I went back to sleep. I woke up again to the same voice saying, "Help me, please." She sounded young, like 7 years old, maybe 8. I stayed away as I couldn't get back to sleep and I was genuinely terrified. I managed to entertain myself when I heard the voice shout, "Bree," continuously. I tried getting back to sleep, but I couldn't. And this all continued to happen, and it was like 5 a.m. before I shouted for my dad. I told him everything that's happened, and he said nobody was in the room and nobody heard anything. Let me help you sort of picture how the room was laid out. The door was on the far left side of the room, and the bed was placed in the middle between the side table and the door. The bathroom door was on the right side of my room, and on the wall next to me, if that makes sense. Anyways, as the day went on, and I was more and more scared and didn't want to stay in the room, so later on that day, the owner of the cottage's grandson came to visit, and they had a swing outside in the front, so me and the boy decided to go swing and talk. I mentioned what happened, and he said that he stopped in the cottage once he heard his name being called, and the same situation happened to him. The rest of the time that we were at the cottage, I kept away from that room, and nothing more happened. I haven't been back since, and now I'd love to, as I'm fascinated with the paranormal. Also, just so nobody can say, it was probably someone playing a prank on me. It was confirmed by the owner that there's a little girl ghost in the room that I slept in, who says people's name, but also apparently she's completely harmless. The Man with a Soft Face. It first happened when I was 4 years old. I had a very strange dream where I saw a very tall, maybe 6'5" creature. Its skin was pinkish brown and it had bulging eyes, a red round nose and triangular teeth in its wide mouth. The creature was smiling, and its smile reminds me of what people now call uncanny valley, both sadistic and happy. Also, even though I don't remember it in details, the creature seemingly had 4 fingers on each hand. In my dream, it tried to catch me, grabbing and carrying me somewhere. I attempted to fight it, trying to punch its face, but my fists got stuck in it, as if it was made of bubblegum. This is why I called it the Man with the Soft Face. But that dream was not the end. It became recurring, and I saw this creature in my dreams till I was 6. Sometimes it was just carried, or it would just carry me somewhere without saying anything, and sometimes it started choking me from behind. But the scariest part that made me fear this thing was its smile. Not even the feeling of total helplessness. Not that I had in these dreams, not as disgusting to the touch, the warmth and the sticky body in which my hands always got stuck. Its smile was the worst. Why did it always look so happy? Once when I had this dream, this creature was carrying me somewhere at night in the middle of the street. It was snowing and I could hear its feet stepping on the snow. I saw the street lights, the buildings, and the creature's face smiling as always. Strangely enough, its eyes never expressed anything. A total empty look. It carried me for a couple of minutes and then just stood somewhere. After a while, another creature approached. It looked similar to the Man with the Soft Face, except its nose was long, like that of Pinocchio. The Man with the Soft Face showed me to the creature, and they started to discuss something. I don't remember what they said. I don't even remember their voices, only the creature's lips moving as they were speaking. When I was 6, these dreams stopped, but I still remember them quite vividly, and they still feel scary. Has anyone else seen anything similar? I'd be glad to know if anyone else encountered this creature in their dreams. Paranormal experience in a friend's home. When I was about 17, I stayed at a friend's house overnight. We were up quite late, giggling and messing around in bed. You'd come into the house, and in the living room was on the left. Through a short corridor on the left was the stairs. Straight on through the corridor was a biggish room that mostly had lots of boxes and unused stuff, below my friend's bedroom, which then led to a small kitchen. Her dad's room was on the right when you came up the stairs. Her room was on the left and the bathroom along a landing leading from her bedroom, so it was directly on the left of her bedroom. The layout helped set the scene a little as quite late at night. Way after midnight, and we'd all gone to bed, her dad included. I started hearing noises downstairs. The noises seemed to start directly below us in an unused room. I whispered to my friend about it, who couldn't hear anything. At first it sounded like a dull thud followed by a dragging noise, moving slowly through the room. My friend kept trying to whisper to me as normal, but all I could focus on was the noise getting gradually closer. As soon as I heard it reach the bottom of the stairs, I started panicking, whispering to my friend about it and feeling more freaked out when she still couldn't hear it. It felt like time slowed down as the same noise moved up the stairs. Thud, and a long scrape. I was crying a bit quietly at that point, hoping that if I pretended to be asleep, then nothing would happen. I remember feeling like I was aware of my presence, even at that point. My friend was silent too, and pretending to be asleep, because she'd often be spooked by me. It finally got to the top of the stairs and went silent, as it reached and stood outside her bedroom. I was holding my breath at this point, and staring into the dark, hoping it would stop. It started moving again into the bathroom and then stopped as suddenly as it had started. After that, I felt instant relief, and like a pressure had been lifted from the air. We went to sleep, and we didn't mention it again, or to anyone else. I slept at their house quite a lot, but never experienced anything like that again, and never felt worried about being there afterwards. Another reason to hate dolls. So this happens a long time ago. My family and I love going to garage sales and thrift stores. My parents are very friendly and polite, and people like them pretty quick. So they've been offered several times to take stuff for free and even had these type of deals. You can have everything for free, but you have to take all the stuff. So we've ended up with a truck filled with random garage sale items in the process. One time my mom and I were in her bedroom, checking the loot of one of these type of deals, and we were having a good time while sorting all the stuff. We got to a big trash bag that was filled with dolls. There was a lot of them, so I decided to just open the entire bag and put them all in bed. So we started checking the dolls one by one, choosing what to keep for my sister, what to give away, and what to throw away. Since most of these deals included taking some trash, but we didn't really care, it was fun. We have a half bag sorted out when we get this tumbling doll that supposedly can do flips. My mom likes it. Looks like new and seems like a fun toy for my sister, so she wants to keep it. She asks me to test it and see if the doll, actually tumbles, but the batteries seem to be dead. Tried again, now with the new brand of batteries, but still no luck after a few minutes. So I conclude that the doll just must be broken and that it didn't work. So I take out the batteries and place the same old ones back in and put the doll back on the bed. We keep sorting stuff. 15 minutes passes. My mom and I were taking a break just chatting when suddenly we hear this loud noise that sounded like gears in an overcharged motor. We look at the bed, and the sound comes from the doll, and right in front of both of us, the doll turns its head at me and says, "Mama!" The movement was so abrupt that I even feel the bed shaking a little. My mom and I look at each other and saw her face turning white. I just punched the doll as hard as I could, landed on the other side of the bedroom. We went immediately to the kitchen to calm down and explain what just happened to my dad. After a few minutes, I go back to the room with my dad to investigate, trying to find out what just happened. Then my mom enters a full rage mode, goes for the doll, puts it in a plastic bag, asks my dad to take it to the trash and out of the house. My parents are religious, so after that, they were praying and blessing the entire house for almost an hour. Never seen my mom that scared. It truly felt like a scene from a terror film. I expected the doll to get up and attack me at that moment. I don't really believe in paranormal stuff, even though I've had a couple experiences that really scare me, and up to this day, I have no explanation for it. And this is one of them. Growing up, I always hated dolls, and I was scared of them, even to the point of having really bad, effed up nightmares. Good thing this happens when I was older, around 16, or I'd probably be traumatized. What still bugs me is that even though if I find a rational explanation for why the doll worked again with dead batteries, with the power switched off and by itself, the doll wasn't a baby doll. It was a gymnastic doll that was supposed to do flips. As if it wasn't new and no box. I probably will never know if this is one of those features, and I'm okay not knowing. Something was there in my room that night. So it happened a few years ago. Sometime in winter in 2016, I randomly woke up in the middle of the night, and the first thing I noticed was how dark my room was. It was supposed to be dark as I had all the lights off and the windows closed. But you know, a little tiny bit of light from the outside street always finds a way to enter from the edges of the closed windows. Like you can barely distinguish the pitch black from the slight aura, right? But there was none of it. It was pitch black all around. I thought it was probably a power cut. I started to think random stuff like, probably this is what blind people see. All their life. Must be sad. And slowly drifting back into sleep when I was suddenly reawoken by a feeling of my bed shaking. I thought I'd fallen asleep, and this is one of those sleep jerks that happen when you fall in your dream. But then more stuff started to happen. Soon after the first shake, there was a second one, which I felt much more clearly. A big rat had been invading our kitchen for a while, and I thought maybe it had sneaked into my room. But how can a rat shake my bed? Then, a few seconds later, I felt a literal punch under my bed, as if someone punched the underside of my bed, like right under where I am. I felt my bed bump up right around my back. Oddly enough, instead of freaking out, I became extremely calm for some reason. And oddly enough, again, I started to think of a logical reason. My mom made me check underneath the bed before sleeping, and as she thought some thief might have sneaked into our home, she overthinks. I thought maybe someone actually sneaked in this time, but why will he disturb me instead of, And I felt another 2 consecutive punches from under me as I'm thinking. I froze for a solid minute, finally realizing things might be abnormal here. Maybe I'm bragging, but after freezing initially, I went weirdly calm again, almost as if my brain went, "Oh no, it's a ghost anyway." Then was a final punch, followed by the bed shaking. I remember as the bed was shaking that I got up almost subconsciously, walked straight to the light switch on the other side of the room and turned on the lights. Nothing out of the ordinary. I looked under my bed with the flashlight. Also nothing. I should have freaked out here, but I didn't, which is odd for someone like me who gets nervous and shaky from even the simplest of social situations. My body worked almost like its own here. I turned the lights off, took the flashlight with me to the bed, and fell asleep as soon as I hit the bed. And then it was morning. Nothing ever happened after that. I've experienced several different apparitions over the years, but there's one that I think about often. This story goes back a while. I'm 40 now, and this takes place somewhere between the ages of 17 and 20. It was a summer night, and a few of my friends and I were hanging out along with this girl from across the street from my friend's house, who we used to vacation here with during the summer at her grandfather's house. We were hanging out staring at the stars on this large trampoline, talking about our thoughts of life, the universe, and whatever we were thinking at the moment. The girl who will remain nameless, and I really start to hit it off. We were flirting and I ended up holding hands for a while. When it was time to go, I walked her across the road and we were hanging out in the front yard. Kissing followed, and it started getting a little bit more hot and heavy. She decides that we go inside to her room, but her mom was sleeping, so we had to be quiet. This house is an old bungalow, so it's small and an odd setup. We open the exterior door that enters into the kitchen, and she sneaks across quick to her room at the opposite side of the kitchen. I step in, close the door, and start across. As I'm walking slowly, I look up toward the living room to make sure her mother isn't watching us sneak in. I freeze. She's looking at me from the doorway and says, "Hurry up, what are you doing?" With 6 to 8 feet from me, there's an old sofa chair, and I can see an old man sitting in it with his back to me. I, without taking my eyes off of him, say, "There's a man sitting in the chair." Her response is, "That's not funny, that was my grandfather's chair." I realized he's not moving, and I think he's sleeping, and then it clicks. Was. I slowly look at her and say, "I'm not kidding," and he's sitting right there. I'm now pointing and look back and he's gone. Now I'm freaking out but trying to keep my composure and stay quiet. I leap from my spot where I was frozen to the floor right into the doorway where she was standing, and we close the door. She's slightly upset and thinks I was messing with her. I assure her that I'm not, but she doesn't believe me, but we eventually start kissing. And again, I try to get back into it, but neither of us can let it go. I keep saying something along the lines of, "I can't believe what I just saw." She's on and off being mad, and I would mess with her like that, and it just keeps saying, rather she keeps saying, "That's not funny." So as you would think, it didn't go much further, and I ended up leaving for the night. We did hang out again, and we did make out a couple of times while we were partying, but it was never the same, and it went nowhere. She would never talk to me about it, and I think she always had it in her head that I could be just messing with her, or maybe it was just freaky that he appeared to me. Apparently he died that winter before, so it was soon after. The next winter, my friend calls me. The house is on fire. They were back home in their state for the winter, and the house burned to the ground the year of him dying with no explanation of what started the fire. Something weird happened when I was a kid, and I can't explain what it was. I don't remember exactly how old I was, but I must have been maybe 10. And I was with another 2 friends, one my age and the other one was 4 years older than us. We'll call them Ava and Jenny. We were in Ava's house, and it was a 2-story house in my town. The lower ground was a long garage that could fit several cars, and the first floor was the actual house. To get in the garage, there is a door on the left side of the staircase. She had her play area at the end of the garage, opposite side of the entrance, and about 3 to 4 meters of where her toys were, there was a storage room where Ava's parents would keep winter clothes, costumes, and the like. I was very used to her house, and she would celebrate her birthday in that garage, and I visited often. We must have been playing for a while when we swapped games and opened a dollhouse. I must say that there was no creepy talk at all, just 3 girls playing with the doll family. A bit later, I started feeling something in that storage room that I mentioned. I remember this moment crystal clear, but I'm not sure I can explain what I felt. I've never experienced anything like that again. There was just something not nice in that room, and I just didn't want to be there at all. I didn't see or hear anything, but I had a very strange feeling toward that door. I'm not sure if it was something evil I felt or if it was just a strange feeling, and because I was a kid, I didn't understand exactly what it was. But it was emanating from that room. It felt like the door was going to open wide by itself. The joyful playing stopped, and the 3 of us went a bit quiet until we realized that we were all feeling the same thing. Unprompted and without any prior talk, We shared what we were feeling and started moving in the opposite direction from the storage room. The three of us were scared. Ava and I tried to get Jenny to check it out because, of course, she was the oldest. But she completely refused. We ended up rushing up and tidying up the toys so that we wouldn't get in trouble and sprinted toward the door and left to go upstairs. We were pushing each other a bit, and we were the last one left in the garage, but I ended up being the last one myself. The light switch for the garage was on the right-hand side of the door, so Ava went first and opened the door. Then Jenny, and when it was my turn, I slapped the light switch off and we went upstairs in complete darkness. That's just how scared we were, that we didn't even turn on the light of the staircase. Fast forward a couple of hours later when we were in Ava's bedroom, back to playing and feeling went away and we felt safe again. Ava's mom came back from work and went up to check on us. She asked why we left the light on in the garage because she just parked and all of them were on. Now I'm 100% that I turned them off. We crawled through the stairs in complete darkness after all. So how the lights were turned on is a complete mystery. Unfortunately, I haven't kept in contact with Ava or Jenny, so I can't ask if they remember any of these experiences, but from my memories from my childhood, being as vivid as they are, and this particular one has always been there, I've never felt or experienced anything like that ever again, so any input is most welcome. What my father saw made me a believer in the paranormal. My father's a policeman, a no-nonsense guy who lives very much in the here and now and believes only in what he can see and feel or hear himself. At the time of this story, he was in the police force for more than 20 years and I was a teenager. My father worked night shifts and on a regular basis he would come home early in the morning to have breakfast with us before he would go to bed and he would go to school, or we would go to school. He's in the police. He would usually be in a pretty good mood and tell us funny or interesting stories from his day or night at work. At this morning, he was unusually silent, and he didn't eat either. My mom asked if he felt all right. It took a while to actually get an answer, but he said, "I'm not sure what I experienced tonight." He didn't want to say any more in front of us kids, but we prodded him enough and long enough until he told us the following. It had been quite a night, and he was out with his colleague in a police car. At some point, they were informed over the radio that a car chase was going on not far from them, and their assistance was required. They drove off toward the chase and soon caught up with the suspect's vehicle. The radio had informed them, and two men were in front of the car. My father's car pulled up almost beside their car so that he managed to get a good look in the inside. He saw that two men in the front were arguing heatedly with each other, and he saw another man in the back. He had no hair and he was so pale that he seemed almost white. He was dressed in all black, and he looked directly at my father, his face almost pressed against the window, with very dark eyes, and he grinned widely. My father was deeply unsettled by this person. He seemed to look directly into my father's eyes, and my father was so sure of this third person that he informed the other police cars about him. The chase ended with the car crashing into a fence and the suspects fleeing into a field. They were apprehended only minutes later. There were two men, not three. My father asked all of his colleagues at the scene if they were sure they hadn't seen another guy. No one else had seen the third man. "I can't explain it," he said to us. "I saw him as clear as day and he grinned at me like death himself." This took place in 2004 and 2005 in Germany. To this day, we have no logical explanation for what he really saw and experienced. Strange woman in my dream. This event happened to me last summer. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm more of a man of science than a man of faith. Even though a few strange things have happened to me in my life that I've not really been able to rationally explain. It was the beginning of August and nothing special was happening in my life. I had a period of depression, but it was no strange thing to me. I've had it since I was a child, and it always passed. I have dreams almost every day, and this night was no exception, but this time it was completely different. I had a nightmare in which there was a tall, pale woman with black eyes and black hair. She looked almost human, but there was something inhuman about her. I guess I can't fully describe what it was just my feeling. She looked very nice to me, and her voice sounded sweet as she spoke to me. But even in that dream, I knew that her intentions with me were not good. I don't remember her words. All I know is that the expression on her face gradually changed and she was mad at me. I woke up sweaty and my heart was pounding. I've never had a similar nightmare that would have such an effect on my body. But that wasn't all. My thoughts were hazy, and one thought resonated in my head. Kill yourself and you will be fine. Kill yourself and it will all end. It will be okay again. You don't belong here. I've never thought of hurting myself in my life. I love life and I love people. Like it wasn't even me. I got out of bed and went to the kitchen where I drank a glass of cold water and my thoughts slowly faded from me. I was a little shaken, but I still thought it was just a really bad nightmare, so I went back to bed and fell back asleep again. Nothing more happened that night. I woke up in the morning before my girlfriend, which I thought was pretty weird because she's a morning person in our household, and she looked very tired when she came to the kitchen. I asked her if she was okay, and then she replied that she just had a really strange dream. I told her to tell me the details. In her dream, we were in our bedroom. My girlfriend was awake in the dream, but I was asleep. A strange woman was sitting on the edge of the bed. She looked at her and then pointed at me. She told her, "You have to help me kill him. He's worried here. He doesn't belong here. If you help me, he'll be happy again. You want him happy, don't you?" My girlfriend started arguing with the strange woman. The quarrel led nowhere, and the woman attacked her. My girlfriend fought the strange figure, tugging at her hair and scratching her face. She said that she felt like she was really hurting her because the woman had disappeared with a scream. At that moment, I was staring at my girlfriend in disbelief and asked her one more thing, even though I knew that maybe she knew the answer. I asked her what the woman looked like. Yep, you guessed it right. Tall, black hair, fair skin, big black eyes. She says she'll never forget how she grinned at her. I realized one more thing that morning. My depression was over. I felt as if someone had lifted a heavy stone off my chest and I could breathe freely again. Nothing like this has happened to me since. I'd love to know what those dreams meant. Shadow Man encounter? ? So take it back about 3 years. I had just finished my workout for football, and I'm happy heading home to relax for the rest of that Saturday. My family was out of town for the weekend, so I was home alone. I proceeded to make food and watch TV in the living room, and keep in mind, it's about 1 p.m, when I just get an odd vibe. Not really sure how to explain it, but as if I had a perception to know something was danger. 30 minutes go by and I can't seem to shake the feeling, so I decide that I'll watch Netflix till I fall asleep. I don't remember falling asleep, but I wake up with my eyes closed and proceed to stretch my body from being sore. I sit up on the couch, wipe the crust from my eyes, and look to see if the television was still running, and I noticed that it was still light outside, because there was a dark thing in my vision, and I try to readjust, and I finally realize that there's a shadow of a man standing there facing me. My mind feels as if I'm being fried with information and it's processing whatever it is that I'm seeing. and as I sit there dazed and confused, the shadow was in the shape of a man, and it was about 8-9 feet tall. The shadow lowers its hand down to me in a gesture and leaves it out there outstretched. There were no words that were spoke, but in my head I could just feel that the meaning was to take the hand. At this point, I'm beyond scared because I think I'm going to die. I have no idea what to do or even what to think. So in desperation, I close my eyes and I go into prayer, and I ask God to just let it be quick if this is how I go. Please let it be fast. And about as quick as I was rattling it off in my head, the feeling that I had that was unsettling just went away, and I opened my eyes, and the shadow with this outstretched hand wasn't there anymore. This was pretty long, but I had to get the whole scenario down so I could get some help in what I actually experienced. I know the argument of sleep paralysis is going to be made, and what I have to say is that I stretched and I sat up, and that I wanted to assume that it was sleep paralysis as well. I don't really know how long it was for this all to take place, but it felt like hours, and the presence of the shadow wasn't anything I'd ever experienced in my life. The Thing with Red Eyes. I'm kind of bad at writing, so I apologize in advance. This is also all true, and it might be brutal to narrate. Let's go. So I like to explore abandoned places. Me and my friend were walking through the woods, and we were finding an old mine shaft. It was about 8 p.m. last Saturday, so as we were walking, all the animals would go completely silent randomly, and shortly after, we would find a bunch of flat stones stacked on top of each other, along with branches crackling and rustling in the woods. This happened probably about 4 times, so further in the woods it became completely silent and stayed that way. So during this walk, we're looking around when my friend spots these red eyes in the distance, about group height, whatever that means. We stopped for a bit and just stared at it. We got kind of bored, so we continued on our walk. We soon spotted them again, but this time waist high, so we ignored it and continued on. Once again, we came across the eyes, but this time they were closer and about 5 feet tall, leaned slightly to the left behind a tree. I should mention that we forgot our flashlights, and did this whole thing with the lights on our phones. Our light source didn't really go out that far, but we sat there looking at this thing for what felt like an hour. We could see it blink and look around, but it never moved. Occasionally, we would get the smell of rotted flesh, and at this point we said, "Fuck the mine, we need to leave." I knew there was an old road not far from where we were headed, so we headed towards that. But we came across what I think was a coyote. A big-ass dog-looking thing. So we debated if we could walk around it, but by the time that we decided and realized it, we had become surrounded. We had 6 of these animals around us in every direction except directly behind us. In that instant, we looked at each other, pulled out our buck knives, thinking we'd rather die fighting. But the coyotes never approached us. They just stood in front of us. So he suggested that we would just walk backwards till they left us alone. As we walked backwards, the coyotes followed us. But if we started to go off left or right, they would kind of jump at us. We made it out safely, but looking back now, it's been almost a week since this happened. I kind of feel like coyotes were guiding us to safety from whatever thing was there with the red eyes. But I'm no quitter. Me and my friend will be going back to those woods again as soon as I get a weekend off. I need to know what those red eyes were, and I really want to explore that mine. That was written perfectly fine. The Hat Man visited me in 2013. This story happened about 8 years ago, and it still pops into my head from time to time, so I thought I'd share it here. If you've experienced anything similar to what I'm about to tell you, please let me know. So, it was around 2013, and little 12-year-old me was laying in bed. It was probably around 10 p.m., I'm assuming that, because that's usually when I went to sleep. I was laying on my side facing a wall, and I heard what sounded fairly close to me like walking. Thought nothing of it because I thought that maybe it was just my sister or something going to go use the bathroom. From what I can remember, the walking was very slow-paced, which I thought was kind of weird. The walking then stopped, but I didn't hear the door open for the bathroom, and I know that I'd have heard it knock because it's just across from my bedroom. After a while of facing the wall, I decided to turn onto my other side, which would have meant that I'd now be facing an open room. When I flipped over, I gasped and froze. I couldn't move at all, and I was holding my breath. I will never forget what I saw. It was a tall man dressed in a long black cloak with a big hat on. The man was very tall, and I know this may sound odd, but he was darker than pitch black. Darkness that swallowed my room. He was standing in the farthest corner in my room, just staring at me. He didn't move whatsoever, and neither did I. I don't know how long I was frozen staring at him, holding my breath for. It could have been a minute, but it felt like forever. I can't describe the terror that came over me when I saw him standing there. I can't even remember what I was thinking at the time. Then I woke up in the morning. I don't even remember falling asleep or exhaling. I just woke up. Now, some of you may be thinking, that was all probably a dream, maybe even sleep paralysis. I would think that too, had it not been for the 2 large footprints in the carpet right where I saw him standing the night before. I did take a picture of the footprints, but sadly the picture's gone. I've looked for it everywhere and I just can't find it, so you'll just have to take my word for it. I told my sister about what I'd experienced the next morning, and she said, "Have you ever heard of the Hat Man?" I said no, and she explained to me who he was. After researching a bit, I found that there are a few people who've also seen this man, and they also say that he doesn't do anything but stare at them. It's been 8 years and I haven't seen him since. Maybe it was all my imagination, but it felt so real. I refused to sleep in that room for years after that because I was afraid I'd see him again. Luckily, I never did, and I hope I never do. Ghostly phone call. I live with 7 people. 4 of us reside upstairs and 4 downstairs. The downstairs entrance is at the back of the house, so I didn't really see much about the inhabitants. This particular night, my parents and sister weren't at home. The people downstairs were home, but everyone was locked up after 8 p.m. I did the same and decided to get an early night's rest. Around 1:30 a.m., I heard a loud banging sound coming from the front door. Thinking it was my family finally home, I tried to get up, but there was a heavy, invisible weight on me that prevented me from doing so. Also, my family had a key that they couldn't open the door easily with. And usually, even in my sleep, I hear the front gate opening, but I didn't hear it unlock or even open. Strange. I eventually got up, and it was as if something possessed me to pick up my cell phone. I hurriedly made to the front door, which was not too far from my room. The banging was louder now, and it was closer, and the door was shaking. Then something made me stop. My parents would call my name no matter what when they came home, and they wouldn't be violently banging on a door like that. I quietly went to the room nearest the front door and peeped out of the window. The banging was still occurring, but there was no one at the door. Then, at that moment, my phone rang. I answered, and a man with a gruff voice said, "Open the door." At this point, I was terrified. Obviously, I did not open the door. I texted the number and even tried to call back, but each time I called, there was static on the other side. I don't know how I managed to sleep that night, but when I woke up, I immediately told my family about the incident. They tried dialing the number as well, but again, static. Later that day, I found out that the number was out of service and had been so for the past 20 years. It was definitely one of the scariest experiences I've ever had. Demonic encounter. When I was younger, my parents had gotten divorced. My dad was an abusive alcoholic who drained my mom of a lot of money. So my mom and I left, and at the time my aunt offered to let us stay in her house until we got back on our feet. Now my aunt lives in a rural part of the country. It's miles of farmland and a few houses every now and then. Her neighborhood is small, but everyone keeps to themselves. The area my aunt lives in is called the Base. Apparently, soldiers were housed there and eventually died and were buried in those lands. Don't know the exact history, though. Driving to her place at night is super creepy and confusing. You can easily get lost, so everyone aims to reach home before the sun sets. Now, back to my story. My aunt had a second house not too far, where her family would go and do gardening and just chill sometimes. So my cousins and my aunt there thought that it would be a great idea to spend the night. The house was an old abandoned Baptist church converted to a house that my aunt inherited. The previous owner was a seer woman and would do readings and even exorcisms for people. My aunt took care of her when she was ill, so she gave the house to my aunt. The inside was run down. One couch for about 10 of us. Yep, big family. And a dirty bathroom with an annoying leaky pipe. Light barely entered the house during the day, and also gave an eerie vibe because being in that house or land, it was always dead silent despite being surrounded by nature. That night, we all had these little rooms to sleep in, so being so much as we had to share, my mom and I were in one room, and when I woke up to the sound of a wooden door being creaked open, I turned to see my mother upright, shaking, obviously full of fear. No one came through the door, but you can hear these loud, heavy footsteps around and inside the house. It woke everyone, so we all huddled in the living room. All of a sudden, the lights cut off. We lit some lamps, and my uncle was getting ready to check out the noise outside when a loud banging came at the front door. It was around 1 a.m. and this place is almost deserted. We all stood still and quiet, and then the banging got even more violent. The door began to shake, and a guttural demonic voice was asking to be let in. Panic and terror struck all of us. My younger cousins began to scream and cry because the voice was unnatural, pure evil. The adults sent us into one room, and they formed a prayer circle in the middle of the living room. Everyone's backs were turned to the window, but I was the only one facing it, and I remember very clearly seeing a tall man with horns and a red aura looking back at me from the outside, and he was smiling at me, motioning me to come toward him. He had these long black fingernails that he began scraping the window with. At this point, everyone could hear it, but the time that turned to the window, when they turned to the window, he had vanished. However, all the doors started banging and the windows were rattling. We kids all ran out to the living room and joined the prayer circle reciting the mantras from my religion, and then it suddenly stopped. The sun was now peaking, and it was 6 a.m. Everything felt like an hour, but we couldn't account for the rest of the time that had gone. We stayed for a few months in my aunt's original house without ever visiting that second house. My mom eventually got remarried, so we moved. It's been about 17 years or so since that incident, and we rarely visit my aunt, like once or twice a year. And since then, however, the house has been demolished. My aunt said that strange things occurred whenever she was on that land after that incident, and she felt like she was being watched. She couldn't handle it and eventually sold the land too. Currently, there are no residents on the land. Something tried to make me commit suicide. It's 2016. My aunt had an event and the entire family was headed there. My mom tried to convince me to go since my aunt lived quite a far distance from where we lived, and it made her uneasy knowing I'd be home alone and they wouldn't get back till late. However, I chose to stay home because at the time, I had an A-level exam and I was glad to get alone time to study in peace and quiet. It was about 6 p.m. when my family left. I locked the doors and decided to take a nap before I started studying. I was in the living room on the couch for about 15 minutes when the air suddenly became stuffy. I sat up and looked around, and there was something different. The lights looked dimmer. There was a slightly cloudy look, and the 3 fans, including the ceiling fan that I had on, just stopped working at the same moment, which was kind of strange. Despite the place being really warm all day, I also noticed a huge drop in temperature. As I was about to get up, I started feeling this heavy pressure surrounding me, and eventually it was on top of me. It weighed down on me, and immediately I was engulfed by feelings of sadness and depression. I started to cry uncontrollably and began hearing faint whispers. I closed my eyes during this episode, but when I opened them, I saw I had a razor blade to my wrist. It had only been about 5 minutes. I know I hadn't moved, and there were no razor blades flying around. At least any that were easily accessible. I tried pulling the razor away, but it felt as though there was a force going against me, pushing it closer to my wrist. I literally had to struggle to pull it away. As soon as I managed to get it away from me, I felt the pressure of the room increase. I felt a gripping fear and was compelled to run out of the house. I threw on some decent clothes and bolted out of the house. I called my parents to come get me. I locked the door, and I was just waiting outside when the door began to shake violently, as if someone was trying to come out. And it was accompanied by loud banging sounds. I saw my neighbors outside at this point decided to stay in their view until my parents arrived. When they did reach, my mom, who's usually sensitive, felt the sudden drop in temperature and her hairs stood on end. My stepdad, who's a pundit, Hindu equivalent to a pastor, performed a quick fire ritual and smoked the house out. Thankfully, I haven't experienced anything like that since then. Are you ready to challenge your perception of reality? Paranormal M is here to push the boundaries of what we know. Subscribe and tap the notification bell to expand your horizons with our collection of captivating supernatural stories. Uncle's Encounter with the La Diablesse. La Diablesse is a character in Caribbean folklore. It's a human woman, usually having an attractive body and clothing, but a hideous face, which she keeps hidden. She has 1 human foot and 1 cow hoof. She lures males into the forest so that they get lost and can never find their way back, so they end up dying either by getting eaten by a wild animal or by some other gruesome means. This happened in Trinidad in the 80s. My uncle was living in the house that I live in presently, my grandfather's house that my mother inherited. In those days, it was my grandparents and their 8 children. My uncle was one of the older siblings and would work late-night shifts, so he would return at home between the hours of 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. Now, my street then wasn't as developed as it is now. There was a lot of bush and forested area, with a few houses scattered in between. My house is about a quarter-mile in, and the road wasn't paved in at the time, and it was kind of more of a track than a road. So one night when my uncle returned home from one of his late-night shifts, he saw in the distance a woman walking down the street. From the look of her clothing, he assumed it was my senile great-grandmother. She had a few instances where she would wander off and reach far places, so initially my uncle thought it was her. He saw her familiar dress and the white shawl that she always had draped over her head, and he could make out pieces of the tattoos that she had on her arms. Now, he thought it was strange. It was the latest that he ever saw her outside of her house, and was at least 10 minutes away from ours. He called out to her a couple times, but she didn't turn around and she just kept walking. At this time, my uncle decided to follow her and get back to her home. As he neared her, he realized something really weird. He kept calling out to her, and yet she didn't turn around. When he looked down, he saw that my great-grandmother had a cow hoof where her left foot should have been. He was really close to her now, and when he noticed it, the woman stopped dead in her tracks. My uncle, in sheer terror, turned around and said that he never ran so fast in his entire life. He raced on home, and since that incident, he's always had my grandfather wait up for him until he eventually left that job. Gwen tried to get me to play. So I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, located in the Caribbean. According to our folklore, a Gwen is the spirit of a child who died before baptism. They have no faces except for an O-shaped mouth, feet turned backwards, and a large hat. They usually lure children into the woods so as to make them lost and die. They also tend to be present at rivers and bamboo patches. Growing up, my grandparents and elder relatives would always warn me about them, considering that I live near a forested area and there's a river right behind my house. They used to say if Gwens heard somebody call your name, that they can take on the voices of those persons and use it to lure you in. I usually ignored their warning and would play close by the river by myself because I was an only child back then. One evening when I was about 10, I was in my hammock in the patio. And note that I had a clear view of the river and the bamboo patch from where I was. It was around 4 p.m. when I realized the atmosphere suddenly turned eerie. The wind stopped blowing. The trees were still as fuck. Not a sound could be heard from any animals. The street I live in became too quiet, and it was like it was frozen in time. While rocking in the hammock, I heard my mom suddenly call my name. It was as if she was shouting, and she just kept calling me for 2 minutes straight until I shouted back, "All right, I'm coming." Now, this is where it gets weird. All the time she was calling, it was coming from the direction of the bamboo patch across the river. I was confused as to why my mom would be there, but my gut told me to check inside the house first. Walking through the house, I could still hear her calling me until I reached the back room and found my mom doing laundry. I asked if she was calling, and she said she never called me. I looked out the back door and the calling stopped. I asked my mom if she heard somebody calling my name, and she said she heard nothing. Since then, I stopped playing outside, and I had never heard my name called again, at least not from the other side of the river. My dead ex-boyfriend visited in my dreams. I was a mess, wanted to die too, and just full sad that day and night. That's when I dreamt with him the first time. I told him I missed him, and he told me he missed me too. They told me he was pissed because his mom and aunt started giving away his stuff, then told me that he wanted me to keep his drum set. He was a drummer. But I told him I didn't want it. But I could keep a hoodie or something. He told me that he wanted no one to keep his drums. And I said sorry. I had no space to keep a drum set. Next day I went to his house and his mom told me that she wanted me to keep his drums. Told her the same, grabbed a hoodie, and she told me that he didn't want anybody else to have this, you know? I was weirded out but left. Next day, the house was robbed, and they just took the drum set, a PlayStation, and some food. Weird. Then he came back a couple of times just to walk and talk. And one of those times he told me that his mom and aunt were all creepy, logging to his Facebook and MySpace account. And he was pissed again. I laughed and told him, well, maybe it's their way of dealing with all this. He told me he didn't care but wanted me to change the passwords. I laughed again and told him that I wasn't going to do this, but insisted and gave me the passwords and told me what the password that he wanted both accounts to have. It was just random numbers and letters. Days passed and I haven't dreamt about him in maybe a week or two. Funny thing is, I remembered the passwords. I'm easily distracted and I forget things in a matter of seconds. So I decided to do it. I changed the passwords to see if, maybe with this, he would come back in my dreams. I logged in and changed the passwords to the random numbers and letters that he provided. And just as I clicked save or whatever, I forgot those passwords. Days later, I went to his house and his mom told me someone changed his passwords. I felt really weird but said nothing. Last dream I had, we were laughing and talking. He told me that he wanted me to come with him somewhere. I guess it was a funeral. I asked who the funeral was for, and he just responded, "You'll see." As we arrived, they asked me to come to the coffin, and I went and saw. And as I looked down, I realized it was me. On that exact moment, I woke up and I was really scared. I don't remember how many time passed or how much time passed, maybe 3 or 4 days, maybe a week. I received a call from this aunt to let me know that his mom committed suicide. I was really sad as she was an awesome person, but she fell in depression. Her mom was recently deceased, and now her only son. I think I have a Civil War soldier protecting me. It started a few months ago. I want to say November, but I'm not sure. I'm a theater student at a pretty small school in a smaller town, but it has a lot of history. Most notably, the college I go to is very old, and it used to be used as a Civil War hospital way back in the day, but that's beside the point. In November, my teacher had the idea to make some monologues based on some of the people who have passed in our small town. The role I was given was a soldier, a Confederate. His name was Abraham Jurganus. The monologue was that a friend of mine and we were playing these characters in a funny way. Abraham was mad that he didn't die in battle, and he was complaining about it. Him and several others died of smallpox. It was funny, but never sat right with me. That wasn't the weird part, though. One day, me and my girlfriend were bored and decided to go to the graveyard to find Abraham's grave, figure out more about him, and do some field research for the show. We get there and we go over to where the Civil War graves are, and I found him. His grave was renovated and looked considerably nicer than the others. I found out that he was a private, which meant that he was no older than me, maybe even just as old as I am, 19. But I also realized that he died on Christmas Day, which is awful. But I kneeled down to put some flowers down and just said something like, "I respect you even though I'm playing you in a humor-like tone." I did it because, well, why not? And ever since that day, strange things have been happening. The first time I knew something was off was when I was driving with my girlfriend. It was late and we were just driving and talking. But I make a turn, and I see a man standing in the middle of the road. He was black, as in his whole body was black, like a shadow man. I looked at him, blinked, and he was gone. And I knew it was Abraham, like I sensed his presence. But the strange part is that my girlfriend bursted into tears out of nowhere. She said that it was an overwhelming feeling. She just felt so upset and hurt, and it's gotten even bigger from there. Now the weird part is that he's not hurting me, and whenever I see him I don't feel scared or in any danger. I feel safe and calm, like he's my protector. And another thing is that our college is notoriously haunted. but all the spirits I've seen have been white, like a standard spirit. But Abraham is black. I just wanted to share this and get other opinions. Again, I can't stress this enough that he doesn't want to hurt me. Or it doesn't feel like he wants to. I just want to know, why is he even here, I guess. Ouija at the park. One Sunday about last year, my friend Jake and I wanted to do something fun and interesting, so we thought about doing a Ouija board. I got a sturdy piece of cardboard and Jake put the Ouija letters on it. We both thought it would be super fun or something. We knew about the stories of how they stay in your home forever if you invite them, and so we went to a park away from our neighborhood and set it up there. My friend told me that we had to allow the spirit to control us in order to have it work, and that sort of scared me. First, we would ask, are there any spirits who would like to talk with us? We asked that about 15 times. It started to seem hopeless. Let's just do it one more time, and then we should just go home, I said. We asked again, are there any spirits who'd like to talk with us? And then Jake moved the circle onto the yes. Jake flipped out. I thought he was just being dumb because he didn't want to go back home. I was convinced that he moved it. Dude, that's not funny at all. Stop moving it, I told him. He looked at me with a serious face and said, I didn't move it. I thought you did. That's when I started to feel spooked. But it wasn't enough to get me away from there. Okay then. I'll ask it something only I know, I said. I thought about my room. I had an old steelback iPod Touch at the bottom of my desk drawer, and I knew Jake didn't know about that. So I asked, what is in the bottom desk drawer at my house? And we spun the circle around on the board. It started to spell out I-P-O. I took my hands away and yelled, Jake, did you go through my stuff? He just looked at me in disbelief. You're pranking me, aren't you? He asked. That's when I realized this whole thing was real. We're talking to a spirit? Jake realized. Then we asked in a bunch of stupid questions, stuff like, what am I thinking? It would tell us correctly every time. We asked its name and it said, John. Then we asked, are you a peaceful spirit? It said no. Then we asked, do you want to hurt us? The circle slowly moved to yes. Holy frick, man, Jake said. I don't want to do this anymore. Jake stood up and I was glad that he said that because I felt the same. We tossed the board into a gated area and ran back to my house. On the way, we passed a person walking their dog. The dog barked at us like crazy. I've never seen a dog barking so badly. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that spirit. I thought it was in my room. I don't know if I thought about the spirit enough to make myself feel it in my own home, or if it was actually there. It was only a hint of a presence that I could feel, so I was unclear. A week later I couldn't feel it anymore, and to this day, April 24th, 2021, I haven't felt it again. Don't mess with Ouija boards unless you want to screw up your life. We must have gotten lucky. White figure in living room apartment. When I was in 6th grade, around 12 weeks in of school, my family and I moved in with my aunt, my mom's sister, only because my parents were going to invest in starting their own business, so this led to spending as little as possible and saving more. Things didn't work out between my parents and it led to a divorce. My mom got her own place and my dad was still renting a room from my aunt's apartment. I had been living with my aunt until I graduated from middle school, and it was just about time for me to enter high school until both my dad and aunt moved out and went their own way. This encounter occurred sometime between 2014 and 15. I was around 13 or 14. I'm just estimating since I don't quite remember the exact year and grade I was in at the time. Moving along. It was a weekend, the morning, and my aunt and her family were on their way to the church. I decided to stay home and not go with them since I always found church boring. No offense. "We'll be back later around the evening," my aunt said. As soon as they left, I put on Netflix. Relaxed, eating some chips with no worries in the world. I was watching Malcolm in the Middle, and I had my cousin's dog next to me on the couch sleeping. And eventually, a few episodes throughout the show, the dog decided to go into my cousin's room and sleep on his bed. As a habit, doors would always stay open from our rooms. A few hours go by as I'm watching the show, laughing, and suddenly my door slams shut. I assumed it was the air coming in from the window, but the odd thing was that I had my windows closed, so there was no way of the air coming in from anything other than the living room windows. I ignored it and said to myself, maybe I did leave the windows open, doubting myself. Shortly after, my cousin's dog starts barking for a quick 5 seconds and stops. A white lady-like figure appears from behind the wall, from the hall of our rooms. It was visible even though I was looking at it from the corner of my eyes. I ignored it and immediately thought that I was just tripping balls. Its head was becoming more visible as it was peeking. Skin was as white as paint with large black eyes and really long, wet-looking hair. I turned to look at it, and it hid. I go back to watching the show and once again peeks out once more. This time its hands were grasping onto the wall, and it showed its face up to its nose. Hands so white, fingers long and clear. At this point, I looked back towards it again, hoping that it would just leave me alone. It hid. I immediately opened the front door and called my mom, letting her know what happened. She was so confused and told me that it was because I was behaving badly. She offered to pick me up and go to her house, but I decided to stay. I kept the front door open to feel some sort of security. My aunt and her family arrived around 6 p.m., and I was afraid to tell my aunt what happened because I thought she would just laugh at me. But instead, she asked questions and was open to the whole situation. "I've seen it too." She explained to me that she had heard footsteps and seen the figure staring at her from the kitchen when she would sleep in the living room quite a few times. And always early in the morning around 2 or 3. Consistent. As she explained to me her encounters, I felt comforted. I knew I wasn't crazy and I wasn't just seeing things. When we moved out, we found out that an old lady had died there. Maybe that explains this mysterious figure or demon. I've had numerous encounters with these types of figures in the past as a little kid, but to this day, this one has been the most recent one that's happened to me, and the second to scariest. We had the same nightmare. This was a story from several years ago, staying at a cheap hotel in New England while visiting family. Before I begin, it's important to know that I'm not prone to nightmares, and generally pretty skeptical about occurrences that are out of the ordinary. The hotel room was closer to an apartment in some ways, with a full kitchen and a couple of chairs arranged in some attempt in a sitting room. It wasn't exactly clean. The floor tiles were sticky, and the windows sat streaked with grime. One large stain in the carpet was the color of dried blood. Murder Hotel, we kept calling it. But really, we didn't care. We were 15 and ecstatic to have a space away from our parents. After spending the day with family, we settled into the queen beds along the far wall of the room. There was no overhead light, and I remember how different the room looked in the glow of the sickly yellow lamps. Chills ran down my legs when I turned my back to the kitchen, but I didn't think much of it. I was a paranoid kid who read scary stories in the daytime but still slept with the nightlight. I decided that I wasn't chicken, and that there was nothing to do but ignore the feeling. After tossing and turning a little, I fell asleep, reassured by the sound of my sister snoring from the other bed. I was standing in the parking lot of my hometown's shopping center, alone except for a single figure in front of me. Whatever it was took the shape of a man. He was middle-aged, greasy brown hair hanging loosely around his shoulders, padded with flannel. Patches of gray flooded his poorly kept beard. His clothes were expensive, clean, and crisp, as though tailored for a special occasion. But the presence wasn't human. He felt hollow. Like under that skin was a cavity of slime and rot and darkness that lives in the space between the stars. The man turned to enter the building behind him, but before he could, dozens of creatures spring out from the shadows, sinking jaws into flesh and tearing claws into ironed clothes. I think they were dogs, black dogs, with an intelligence burning behind bright red eyes. They tore his body apart, snuffing out the darkness and the orange streetlights behind them. My stomach turned as I watched, and I felt hot blood splash across my face. The man cried out with an inhuman scream. Organs collapsed into messes of purple and red, and skids sloughed away like wet paper. I wasn't able to look away. I woke up in the chalky darkness of the hour before dawn. I clung to the sheets, kicking my legs, trying to shift myself away from the lull of sleep. The air in the room was heavy and cold, just as it had been in my dream. It felt like something wasn't right, so I buried my head in the sheets and waited until morning. We stayed at the hotel for 2 more nights. Each time I closed my eyes, it was the same man, standing outside of a familiar place, and each time the dogs were there, waiting to tear him limb from limb. I began to dread sleeping, but even the dream seemed safer than the alternative of lying awake. As we packed on the last morning of our stay, my sister mentioned that she had been having nightmares as well. She doesn't remember as much as I do, but she was equally terrified that there were no dogs in her dream, but there was the man, the exact same man. I don't know who lived in that hotel room before us, or what making in the dark. It's possible that something terrible happened there, or that I gave myself a bad dream and simply missed my own bed. I think if the man had been allowed to go inside the buildings, we wouldn't have been safe. I haven't seen or heard from either of the entities in the dream since, but I think I can live with that. Lights in the woods. This happened a couple of years ago when I was working at my childhood summer camp. I've certainly gotten strange feelings around the area before, but nothing especially malevolent or frightening. My coworker and I were taking our group for a sleep out, up in some shelters about half a mile into the woods and away from the rest of the camp. I'm used to being in the woods, and I generally don't scare easily, even at night. So when I woke up in the wee hours of the morning, I set out for the latrines without a second thought. I figured it was maybe around 4 or 5 a.m., based on a red glow on the horizon. The light fell softly through the trees, illuminating the path and the color sides of the shelters. The walk was only a few hundred yards, but felt longer with only my flashlight. I was about halfway there before I heard something behind me. Again, I know those woods. I know what most animals in the area sound like. From the camp's horses to the local family of black bears. Whatever this was, it was huge. Its presence seemed to close in on me from all around, and I could hear twigs snapping, vines tearing, mud squelching underfoot. I'm not fast, and I knew that running on the uneven path in the dark wouldn't get me far. So I walked. I walked like I owned those woods, slowly and deliberately until I reached the light on the side of the latrine. The presence has faded. I was even starting to feel good, confident, like I could keep going, keep walking through the dark woods until I reached the sunrise. I had to tell myself to stop, to turn where I meant to turn, and I eventually returned to my shelter and I fell asleep. Maybe I would have forgotten about it all if not for that sunrise. I've watched so many sunrises over the lake. I should have known better. That red light in the woods wasn't in the east, where it should have been. It was out by the western side of the pasture, blood red and a little too bright from what I was pretending to be. The more I think about it, the more it felt like I was being herded somewhere. I haven't met anyone with a similar experience, but my friends have theories from fairies to alien abduction. I'm not sure what I believe, but I'll never go to that part of the woods alone ever again. My Nan's last bathroom break. In December of 2018, I got a message from my stepdad that my Nan had been taken to a hospital with pneumonia. The second I read the message, I called him to ask what was going on, and he told me that she'd been a few days and she wasn't doing too good. I immediately got myself showered and dressed and then went straight to the hospital to see her. When I got to the hospital, I went straight up to her room and saw her lay there, and it broke me. More than I've ever been broken before. She looked terrible, thin, weak, barely holding on. I broke down and I just had to leave the room as she was still somewhat conscious of what was going on. She even thought that she was going home that day. My mom and stepdad were just looking after her and trying to do what they could do to help her. I spent a few hours there talking to her, but she couldn't even really respond back. But I have a couple things that she did say, that she needed the toilet, and of course, she could go to the toilet when she liked, given the situation. I head home later on and head to bed. I wake up the next morning and I tell my parents that I'll take over watching her so that they can go home and sleep. I don't remember what time I get there, but my uncle's there, and it's late at night, something like 10 p.m., and he stays and chats for a bit, then leaves. I thought, at least. After he leaves, I just look at my Nan and I wish I could talk to her and just tell her the things that I wanted her to know. Not sure if she could even hear me if I tell her anyway. I turn away briefly and check my phone, and there's something missing in the room. I don't hear my Nan's breathing anymore. I start crying again. I love my Nan greatly, and I wait till she passes on, call my uncle and tell him. He comes back as he's not too far away. And he'd not left long. It had only been like an hour since I saw him last. And by this point, we told the nurse. And she says that we have to wait as the doctor was busy. A bit of time passes by, and the doctor comes in to declare death, etc. And we were told to wait outside the room, so we leave and wait. While waiting, I'm talking to my uncle and partner. My partner's been with me the whole time. And we see someone walk by us and head to the toilet outside my Nan's room. They close the door and the light comes on. A few minutes go by and the door is opened slightly and no one comes out, and the light goes out. I go to check and, well, there was no one there. We all look at each other confused as hell, as we all saw the exact same thing. So my Nan decided she needed the toilet before going on to whatever awaited her next. Backseat native. I'd say around 2004, a friend of mine decided to move out to Seminole Indian Reservation and bought a house in town called Naples, Florida, off of DeSoto Boulevard. At the time, this road was a narrow dirt road, and only a few homes off of said road. Middle of nowhere and deep into the woods. Beautiful home, just very secluded. He decided to have a housewarming party, which lasted well into the next morning. I was the guy that got to the party first and was usually the last to leave. I'd say that there's about 20 of us. I was spent and decided to leave around 3 a.m. or so. So I said my goodbyes and I took off, starting my journey down this dirt road. Mind you, no street lamps, and you're literally in the middle of the bush. At the time, I was really into cars, and one of my favorite upgrades was the audio system. Highs, lows, and mids. Thousands of dollars worth of audio equipment. Young and dumb. Anyhow, I'm driving down this road at about 30 miles an hour, windows down, music annoyingly loud. I got about to the halfway point of my journey when I felt a slight push against my seat, almost as if a small child kicked the back of the seat. I didn't think anything of it. I mean, it's a dirt road, and all I have is about 15-inch subwoofers in my trunk, so I lit up a smoke and turned down the radio. I started to feel a bit uneasy, the funny sort of feeling when someone's staring at you. But given my surroundings, it was understandable, so I just kind of kept convincing myself that there's nothing to worry about and to just keep driving. After about 5 minutes, I felt another slight push against my seat, and at this point, I decided to slow down and look into my rearview mirror. Nothing but a giant cloud of dust, with sort of a red from my taillights reflecting off of the dust. I decided to take a quick look into my back seat, and what I saw will never leave my mind, and I'll never forget. It was a white face, no eyes and a mouth slightly open. I slammed on my brakes and jumped out of my car. Now picture yourself in my shoes. Dirt road, alone, and just witnessed something in your back seat, and the only light is coming from the very thing that you're supposed to feel safe in. I'm panicking at this point. Smoke's cell phone is in the car. After about 10 minutes outside of my car trying to collect myself, I decided to approach the car. And of course, nothing was in the back seat. So I cautiously just sort of jumped back into my car and floored it. Grabbing my cell phone, trying to call anyone that would answer. And of course, no phone service. I didn't care about the speed limit, cops, or anything else for that matter. After about 20 minutes of recklessly driving, I got home. My mother was in the living room as I ran into the house, and she said the most appropriate thing possible when she seen me. "You looked like you've seen a ghost." I was pale white from head to toe. I sat down on the couch and told her about my little encounter. Like a good mother, she waited till I got home before she went to bed. So a few hours later, no sleep, I went back to my car to check for any damage. And of course, the back seat, nothing was out of the ordinary. I decided to go to my friend's house, who was also a Seminole Indian, and explain what was happening earlier that morning. After hearing the story, she explained that years ago her great-great-uncle was killed on that road by a group of men who didn't take kindly to Seminoles or Black Americans. This happened in the 1940s, and all the police found was a body that couldn't retrieve the head. She thinks his spirit haunts that particular road, and apparently this wasn't the first time that this happened. Others have had similar encounters while driving on that road. The road is DeSoto Boulevard, North Naples, Florida, near the Avenue of Maria University. It's paved now, and tons of homes are currently built in the area. I've tried to find police records, but in those days, in the Deep South, not very many incidents were documented, especially that of natives or Black Americans. Dead in the water. My grandparents moved from Ohio in the late 70s to start a life in Florida. An opportunity to manage a ranch was a dream come true for them. When I was about 8 years old, I used to visit them once a month for about 2 weeks each stay. Loved it. The smell of cow manure brings me to a special time in my life, but also brings me back horrifying memories. This ranch is located in Florida. I don't want to give you the name of the ranch for obvious reasons. Not much history was given to my grandparents before arriving, but shortly after the owner started to spill the beans. Bound by contract, my grandparents had an obligation to stay for the span of 10 years. The land had some native history as well as an unfortunate suicide in the front house of the property. An old Navy sailor hung himself several years before, and the land has several different ponds and trails which made for awesome adventures. I had lots of fun until my strange experience. My father and I decided to go fishing at one of the more interesting ponds, and at the time I had no idea what made this pond interesting. Later, when I was an adult, I was told why. The pond was shaped like a donut and had a small mound in the center of the pond, around 40 feet from the shore from all. It was perfectly centered. From my understanding, someone was buried at the center of this pond. I'm not sure if this is true. Mostly stories, no real evidence. Anyhow, my father began fishing, grabbed my small bait caster-sized rod, and began to hook a worm to my hook. I used a little red and white bobber, too. I was the type that wanted to fish away from anyone, as I thought it would raise my chances of catching something. But that day, something caught me. I cast my line in the water and sat down right at the edge of the water with my feet slightly in there. I felt like a man with rubber boots like my old man. After about 20 minutes or so, I noticed my bobber going under and back up, so I decided to set my hook. As I tugged back, it felt like something big was on the line. I tugged and reeled, tugged harder and reeled my line, but it wouldn't let go. It was stuck on something. At this point, my father was on the other side of the mound and out of my sight. So, in big boy fashion, I decided to walk into the water to see if I could tug it in a different direction, possibly freeing my line. I'm about 4 feet in and the water was just at the edge of my knee-high boots. Not sure if this made sense, but I felt like it was what I was supposed to do. Finally, after tugging my line even harder, it was freed as if nothing was in it in the first place. And even my worm was still hanging on the hook. Feeling proud, I decided to walk out in the water and recast my line. This is where it gets crazy. So about 1 foot away from my foot forward to catch my balance, and a smaller stone dug itself into my shin of my left leg, hurt like hell. As I realized what just happened, I go to pull my left leg forward, and I couldn't. I felt my foot pulling back. I struggled trying to pull my leg forward without spinning around. With the bum now in the water, I started to scream, yelling for my father, and it was my scream was falling on deaf ears. I'm being pulled into the water by something. Didn't feel my hands or anything actually on my foot. Just my leg was not free, and I was gradually going further into the water. I was yelling bloody murder at this point, and after 20 seconds of fighting and yelling, whatever had my foot let go. I was soaked and horrified. I ran to my father screaming, bleeding from my left leg and in somewhat of a shock. While yelling, I asked my father, "Why didn't you come when I was screaming?" My father, now shaking because of my reaction, "Son, I didn't hear any screaming. I couldn't even see you from this side." I'm calming down a little bit at this point, and I asked him again. His reply was the same. "I didn't hear you, son." Needless to say, after showing my father and explaining what happened to me, like most parents would, just shrugged it off and said my imagination got the best of me. I never fished on that property again. No one believes this actually happened. And trust me, this is something that sounds outlandish. Hitching a ride. About 15 years ago, a friend and I decided to have a night out at a local club in Fort Myers, Florida. It was around 2:30 a.m. when we decided to leave and head back home. To get home, we had to take a State Road 82, about 45-minute drive from the North Fort Myers. If anyone on this thread knows anything about 82, hundreds of deaths have happened on this road, from motorcycle accidents to semi-truck rollovers and everything in between. Extremely dangerous road, with a ton of very strange sightings. Anyway, it was around 3 a.m. when we reached the halfway point home. Windows halfway down, smoking cigarettes and listening to some Pastor Troy, when out of the blue we heard what sounded like very heavy rain hitting our car. No other cars around and driving about 70 miles per hour. No rain in sight, just a bit foggy. It startled the hell out of us, and it lasted for maybe a second, like we drove through a very tiny rainstorm. We looked at each other and just sort of shrugged it off and kept driving. If you've ever driven down State Road 82, it's not exactly the safest road to pull over if you don't really have to. So we finally reached home and decided to fill up the car and purchased a couple of packs of smokes. I parked next to a pump, and my buddy went to the store to go pay for the fuel and smokes. When I got out of the car, I decided to just check the car and see if I maybe hit something. And honestly, people laugh at me when I tell them this story, but from the middle of the front of my hood all the way back to the end of the trunk, I seen 8 streaks. I was a car guy in those days, and my car was washed and waxed hours before we decided to go clubbing. My buddy came out of the store. I showed him what I discovered, and he was equally puzzled. After I pumped gas, I decided to go over to the self-car wash and see if I could get these streaks off the car. Must just say, I spent damn near $15 in quarters using everything that was setting that car wash had to offer, and the streaks just wouldn't come off. I said the hell with it and decided to drop Buddy off and head home to bed. The next morning, I decided to go have a look at the car. I just couldn't figure out what the hell could have caused this. I'd drop over to my grandmother's house to have breakfast, and I decided to let her know what happened. My grandmother is an old Latina woman who's very superstitious and knows quite a bit about Santeria. After I told her what happened, she stood up and went into her bedroom. When she came back into the kitchen, she had white sage, holy water, a rosary, and a small piece of silver. I chuckled and asked if she was about to perform an exorcism. She smiled and said, "Kinda." So I walked outside with her and her items. She surrounded the car with white sage inside and out, held her rosary in one hand while whispering something. She put holy water on a small rag that she had in her pocket and proceeded to clean my car. I laughed and told her I tried pretty much everything to get those streaks off, and nothing worked. And she's now cleaning the streaks off with holy water. My jaw dropped. The streaks were coming off. I was honestly shocked. After she cleaned, quote-unquote, my car, I asked her what she thought it was, and she said that it was a demon trying to latch itself to my car. To this day, I'm still haunted by this and wonder if she was actually right. Past life dreams. I tend to have dreams where I feel strongly connected to one of the characters in the dream. All these dreams involve past life events. I recall a dream where I was just a small girl in an Indian village. I had the feelings that maybe it was back centuries ago. I had a dream where I was traveling along a river. Suddenly, we were ambushed and I was shot in the chest with an arrow. I felt myself rising up quickly and looked down to see the boat getting smaller and smaller. As I rose up, I saw the landscape laid out below me. It was a great plain with a forest in all directions as far as I could see. I had the feeling it was Russia, but I'm not sure when. I remember one where a man on board a sailing ship, dressed in the style of an 18th century. Another dream was me and a lady friend walking along the southern coast of England, above the white cliffs of Dover. I had the feeling that this was in the early 19th century. I had a very odd dream a few years ago where I was a soldier making my way through a sewage system. I was surrounded with bodies floating in the water, which came up to my knees. I had no fucking feeling of fear or even revulsion during the dream. It was just a matter of pushing the floating bodies out of the way so I could get through to safety. I think these dreams might all be connected to past lives that I've had. That's the only way I can explain why I feel so connected to the individuals in the dreams. I've had a number of other dreams of this type, but that'll do for now. That'll do. Did I invite something into my apartment? My first post here, but I felt the need to share, lest I go crazy. I've been a paranormal / witchery follower for my entire life. It's interesting, and it's led to quite a few minor experiences. My mother, who's had many more experiences and has more knowledge than me, always warned me not to mess with things, and until now, I really hadn't. As a short background, I recently moved into my own apartment, and I've been super stressed due to uni life. Looking for a way to de-stress, I was scrolling through TikTok and found a video about manifesting by putting yourself into a trance-like state and willing a connection. It honestly seemed like a good idea at the time. I did it, nothing happened, but I felt calmer, so I continued for a few weeks. A lot of the time with nothing specific in mind, just putting myself in a trance and reaching out. One time I felt a sudden sharp pain in my wrist that snapped me out of it immediately. No outside injuries, but it continued to hurt throughout the day. After that, things started getting weird. Phantom pains throughout the day. My plants suddenly began to flourish, then die, especially all my sage. Strange noises like hearing my cat despite him not living with me, or randomly smelling smoke, often coupled with the noises. But weirdest or worst is when I go to bed. As I began to drift into a place between sleep and wakefulness, I become acutely aware of a feeling of someone sitting at the end of my bed. Then I swear I can almost see a silhouette. I'll get a burning feeling in my legs, like something hot's being held against them. Sometimes it's widespread across my whole calf, or it's just smaller pricks around my knees. Once it even felt like something wrapped around my ankle and pulled along with the sound of laughter. Being alone, this is something that's actually starting to creep me out. I don't know if I'm just connecting weird separate occurrences, though. I thought it was sleep paralysis. My family would often move due to my dad's job. We lived in around 9 different states, sometimes moving houses within them. When I was 6, we had moved to Wisconsin in an older Victorian home that we soon found out was once the only house on what used to be a large farm until someone decided to turn it into a small town. On the first year I had fallen asleep with my mom in the living room. I had woken up at about 1 a.m. There's a clock on the opposite wall that the TV was on, and I had seen that it was about 20 feet away. On the bottom of the stairs was a woman. She stood about 6 feet tall and had long black hair and wore a black and white striped dress that covered her feet. Her face wasn't visible. I panicked but couldn't move. Took about 5 minutes of squeezing my eyes shut to fall back asleep. I would wake up with small bruises on my arms and legs, but thought nothing of it. The same thing happened nearly 2 years later before we moved. However, I was asleep in my bedroom and I saw her in the hallway, still not moving. I woke up that time with bits of my hair cut around my head. I remember thinking it was my sister until she denied doing so, causing huge upset within the family about her abusing me, which wasn't true at all. Now, we had moved to Kansas in a rather nice 2-door style house. Yeah, my parents like older homes. And if it was older than 80, yep, we had to live there. I was nearly 11 when I, once again, fell asleep on the couch with my mom. The house was smaller, so the living room was a bit cozier with the fireplace and stairs on one side and the den on the other, maybe 10 feet. I opened my eyes and again, she was at the bottom of the stairs, slightly illuminated by the streetlight outside. The next morning I woke with a migraine, the one and only I've ever had. It was only me, 2 of my sisters, and my parents at the time. Then 5 years later we moved to Florida in a rather new home, which was odd for my parents. Just 1 sister with us this time. Within the first month, she appeared again. I still couldn't move or speak. All I could do was stare. She was in the doorway, maybe 6 feet away, watching me, wearing that same dress. The next morning I had cuts on my breasts and neck. After we moved house about 4 miles away, it was one of the last times I ever saw her until a few weeks ago. She was at the foot of my bed, her face still covered, but I could almost see her breathing. I woke up untouched, but came down with a nasty stomach a bit later that day. The last time I saw her, my parents and I just moved back from my childhood home in Michigan. It was my grandparents before they left. I had a room in the basement and I was rather happy with the setup. That was until exactly 1 year after I moved in did I sort of experience her. This time I refused to open my eyes. Tired of being afraid, but I could hear her. She was right next to me, breathing in my ear. She didn't say anything at all, just breathed. The next morning I was unable to eat due to a nasty sore throat. See, I would assume this was just some sort of sleep paralysis, a demon or an overactive imagination. However, I still can't shake the feeling that something was or is here. I still get random bruises on my leg, and I take iron supplements, otherwise I'm very healthy. And I randomly feel nauseous when I'm alone and just before bed. It's something I've gotten used to, but I always get a creepy feeling on my neck when I'm alone. I still panic when my parents leave, and I sort of fill my work and school schedule as much as possible to avoid this. I don't see anything wrong with my surroundings, and it only affects me. Anyone else visited by shadow figures not attributed to sleep paralysis? Starting when I was 19 up until my late 20s, I would be pulled from a deep sleep to find what appeared to be a humanoid standing above me at the side of my bed. It was completely black. Think of a void, and that's the color, or lack thereof. And it or they or whatever, it would be there. It happened multiple times over the course of a decade. A lot of times I would just jump into flight mode, my heart racing, and throw my blanket at it, thinking it was an intruder, that the blanket would distract them long enough for me to get the upper hand. But every time I threw the blanket, it would simply flop to the ground. I remember every time I saw it again, and I scooted back in bed until I was practically sitting on my ex-significant other's head. She was pissed off at that. After each experience, I would lay in bed until I calmed down and then sleep the rest of the night. I've also seen a swirling mass of shadows on the floor one night after waking up, but I chalked that up to a friend telling me about how he experienced that and my brain tricking me. This happened in different dorms and houses and apartments and states, so I don't know really what was happening. Hasn't happened in quite some time, which I'm thankful for. I also remember my friend from high school who has roots in Southeast Asia telling me that when spirits come to you at night, if they're at your bedside, they're just visiting. But if they're at the top of you, it's bad news bears. Luckily, I've never experienced the latter. I've always been attuned to supernatural stuff, and so that's how I explain it to myself. Dream about deceased best friend. You can always call me. 9 years ago, I lost a lifelong best friend to suicide. The years since have been difficult, but over time, I've made peace with it, and I've been doing all right. During the first few years following his passing, I had several very vivid dreams of him. While they could very well have been a product of mourning, they always felt more meaningful. I was always left feeling connected and reassured by them. About 2 weeks ago, I realized that I haven't had a dream like this in many years. It made me sad, but it seemed to make sense. His passing is no longer the main focus of my life, and still, I wondered if he was still out there, somewhere. A week goes by and I don't give the dreams another thought. Then it happened. I dreamt he was back as though he never left. I hugged him and told him how much I missed him. He said it was great to see me too, but that he's soon having to go away again. I begged him not to go, because that meant he would never come back. He told me, "You know how to get a hold of me. Call me when you want to talk." I can't just call you, I replied. You won't be in this world anymore. He firmly replied, just call me. You can always call me. I'll answer. And with that, I woke up, both heartbroken and oddly comforted. I felt like I finally got to visit him again after all these years. Perhaps it was just a dream, but to me, it felt like much more. Microdream or paranormal experience. I worked overnights for over a decade at a shelter for mostly mothers and children fleeing violence. Throughout my time working there, I would have clients sharing strange experiences that they've experienced. Meanwhile, it was a different group of people throughout the years, and all firmly believed that the house held a sort of energy or had apparitions dwelling there. I had a few questionable encounters myself. On 2 occasions, I literally felt someone standing immediately in my personal space to the point that hairs on the back of my neck would stand. And when I turned around to say back up, no one would be there. There was one experience in particular that left an indelible mark on my memory, and I'm uncertain if it was a microdream or a paranormal experience. Being that I worked overnight between 3 to 5 a.m., if all the folks were asleep, and I had done my rounds, I would relax in the office at my desk with the TV on. If I became groggy, I would rest my head on the desk for a few minutes at a time, but that would be enough to sort of awake any sounds, and they would jolt me out of the nap. On this particular shift, it was quiet, and all felt safe. I had my head on the desk and immediately began microdreaming. However, my dream was me sitting at the desk at work in the office and seeing a woman slowly walk down the stairs past my office door. The ironic part is, in my dream, I knew that this woman wasn't staying at the shelter, and I'd never seen her before. She was an older black woman dressed in her Sunday best, all pink, and her hat was indicative of 1920s or 30s era fashion. I remember in my dream thinking, I don't know her, but I feel safe with her. I won't bother her and I'll let her be. And then I immediately woke up to the same panoramic view outside of my office door I had just seen in my dream, and no one was there. Side note. Also, the shelter was an old mansion for very wealthy folk at the beginning of the 20th century. I imagine the apparition I saw or dreamt may have been a hired house help for the family who resided there initially. It became a shelter in the mid-70s. Very odd. I'll never forget this experience. And I often sort of just left to wonder if spirits are better able to show themselves and communicate through dreams than with the living. A compilation of life events. My earliest memories, roughly 4 years old. We lived in a very old house in a neighborhood where needles would stick to themselves on the sidewalks. Our laundry was an unfinished basement. To say it was creepy was an understatement. My mama used to take me with her to go do laundry. In fact, I can't even remember a time that she went by herself. She made it a game with me and would carry me in a laundry basket. She always teased that if I refused to take a bath, she would stick me in the washer with all my clothes. There was always a shadow on the wall, though there was nothing blocking it. If you looked at it long enough, you could swear you saw it move. Fear was a new thing at the time. I may have lived in a bad neighborhood, but my parents protected me. And honestly, that basement is probably the first time I ever felt uncomfortable or anxious. When we moved out, I remember my mother whispering to my grandma that she hopes Shadow Man doesn't follow. She never mentioned it to me as I'm a grown man now, but I still feel that basement has a lot to do with why we moved. Sometime during elementary school, my best friend, and we're going to call her Ash, oops, I think I might be a girl and I said I was a man, I apologize, lived in a perfect family. Pastor for a dad, kindergarten school teacher for a mom, a perfect family of 6. We were playing hide and seek at her house. We put the bedrooms as off limits. We could hide in the garage, the family room, living room, kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. When it was my turn to hide, I went to the top of the stairs and around the small corner and laid down flat next to her bedroom door. It was pretty dark, so I thought she wouldn't see me. As I listened to her to come find me, I turned my face toward the door and looked underneath it. I saw a face looking right back at me, human, but very pale with dark, sunken-in eyes. It was centimeters away from my own. I froze in fear, and we had a staring contest for what feels like forever. Then it blinked. I went home early that night. Ash's family moved to a new state about a month later. Their family plunged into hell. Her sister getting addicted to drugs and trying to commit suicide. Ash herself following in those footsteps. Her little brother ran away all the time. All of them hospitalized at some point for trying to OD or shoot themselves. We still talk, but it's never been the same. Two years at a haunted apartment. I moved in with my fiance when we found out that I was pregnant, around June of 2020. I worked as a baker for a local coffee shop and often worked 4 a.m. to 12 p.m. shifts. My fiance worked a lot from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. shifts. I spent a lot of nights alone, and I've always been scared of the dark, but this made it even worse. September 3:45 a.m. My apartment was on the 2nd floor. The building was an old farmhouse that they turned into 4 small apartments. My fiance and I were the only ones on the 2nd floor, while 2 older women occupied downstairs. There was a door to the basement where we did our laundry. Everyone always shut the door, and it was heavy enough that if you didn't prop it open, it would shut anyway. I parked out back, away from the road, so I had to walk past the basement door. The hall lights were off, but I had my phone light, so I didn't mind. When I walked past the door, I noticed that it was about 4 inches open. I thought it was weird, but also not my problem. Just as I stepped out the back door, I heard the basement door slam shut. I blamed the wind. December 3:45 a.m. The doorbell ring just kept clicking on and off. Full charge. Kept showing me videos of an empty hall. It stopped when I grabbed the doorknob and never did it again. On and off, I noticed small things. Footsteps, soft tapping, things being moved around, lights that were on when I swore up and down that I turned them off. I blamed everything but what I feared. This last experience is the longest. Afterwards, we turned in our 30-day notice. April, sometime in the morning. My son was about a month old. My fiance had gone back to work and I was enjoying my infant cuddles. I laid him sort of swaddled in his crib while he slept and took a well-deserved shower. The bathroom light flickered and went out while I was in there, but the sunlight from the window was enough to continue. I was almost done and I was rinsing my face with water, and it got so unbearably hot. I pulled back when I opened my eyes and the shower curtain was completely open and the water was all the way on hot. I started to get scared and I got out of the shower. I wrapped myself in a towel and tried to calm down. Almost instantly, my son started screaming bloody murder. I ran to his bedroom and found his swaddle perfectly open. Not like he had kicked it open, but laying in a perfect square flat in his bed. As soon as I picked him up, all the lights in the apartment went out. None of my neighbors had this problem. I was terrified. I quickly got dressed and got my son in his car seat, went to my mom's till my fiance was off work. We kept hearing the knocking throughout our 30 days and spent the least amount of time there as possible. I still get anxious when I drive past the old place. An empty encounter. I just got done eating dinner at my parents' house. It was a typical Sunday, and the year was 2013, and I was 22 years old. My parents, sister, and my two nieces all left to go shopping, which left just my brother-in-law and me at the house alone. For years, whenever we got a chance to hang out alone, we would play Halo. We were in the last bedroom down the hall on the left, playing Halo 4 and just enjoying the bro time, when we heard something down the hallway. I guess this would be a good time to tell you that I have an identical twin brother, and at this time, he was away working in California. We haven't seen him in months. The noise coming from the end of the hallway sounded like a low beating, but quickly turned into what sounded like footsteps. We didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just my parents or nieces coming down the hallway, even though I thought to myself that it was oddly quick for them to be back. The footsteps were slow but continued to grow louder. I paused the game and my brother-in-law looked at me confused as to why I stopped it. I quickly held up my finger as to shush him and pointed at the door. We sat there looking at the door as the footsteps got closer and closer until they reached the outside of the door of the room where they were in, and they stopped. I was still not scared or shaken by this, since my nieces were young and my dad likes to try to scare us. I still just thought that's what it was. We sit quietly for about 30 seconds, and all of a sudden there's 3 beats against the door. It wasn't extremely loud, but it had an irregular beat to it, and it made both of us jump a bit. I thought it was weird that they knocked instead of walking in like they normally do. Still optimistic as ever, I was still thinking that they were just trying to scare us. I jump up smiling, thinking, "Yeah, you got us." As I walked to the door to let them in, but right before I got to the door, a voice said from behind the door, just loud enough for me to hear it, "Hey guys." I was taken back because the voice sounded exactly like my twin's brother voice. I stood frozen, only turning my head to look back at my brother-in-law, who was looking back at me with his jaw on the ground and the same look of shock on his face. He jumps up and runs to get behind me. I grab the door and quickly open it, excited to see my twin brother, who's decided to come home and surprise us. The door swung open, and we're hit in the face with a cool breeze and an empty doorway. We look down the hall toward the kitchen. Empty. We call out his name. "Dusty, is that you?" No response. We scream out for my mom, my dad, my sister, and 2 nieces, thinking maybe it was some sick joke, but nothing comes back. Completely freaked and now thinking someone has broken into the house, I run back into the room where we just grabbed a handgun that my dad kept beside the bed and tossed my brother-in-law a large machete that we always kept in the corner to use for yard work and camping. Now with both of us armed, I clicked my weapon off safety and told my brother-in-law, "Watch my 6." And we run through the entire house like SEAL Team 6. We check every nook and cranny, yelling out, "Come on out. We know you're there." We don't find a thing. We ran to check the doors, the windows, all were locked and nothing was broken. We run outside to see if we can see anything. Nothing. We pull out our phones. I called my brother and he calls his wife. And that's my sister. My brother answers the phone. "Are you home?" I said. "No, I'm at work," he responded, confused. My brother-in-law just yells, "They said that you're still shopping." We told everybody what happened and everybody acted surprised. But we know none of them believed us, even though, and to this day. Now sometimes when I sit and think of all this in my life, I even start to doubt myself and I ask, did that even happen? Was it real? But then I remember I wasn't alone and I call my now ex-brother-in-law and ask him if he still remembers the same thing. And every time he says, "Dude, I will never forget that day."